Chapter 366. Do Di. Xiao Yan slowly stood up from the top of the city gate. His expression was grave as he looked around him. His heart was filled with shock. He did not know who the person who had come was. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. From the words of the old man earlier, he was able to tell that the person who had come had definitely come for him. As for the other party's identity, Xiao Yan had never offended a Do Di class person in his memories. Therefore, he was completely unaware of the person in front of him. May I know who Elder is? This junior is Yen Xiao. I have just arrived at this place. If I have offended you, I hope that Elder will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. As for this person, if Elder wishes to protect him, I can also let him off on account of Elder. Xiao Yan's gaze cautiously swept around him as he spoke in a courteous manner. At the same time, all of the remaining spiritual strength between his brows poured out at this moment and swiftly swept in all directions. Before he knew the identity of the other party, all of Xiao Yan's probing methods were completely revealed at this moment. After all, the person that Xiao Yan was currently facing was a genuine elite Do Di. He was many times stronger than fake emperors like them. Once they were to fight, all of the methods of a Ban Di would be useless in front of a Do Di. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan was normally and how he was able to fight against a 9-star Ban Di, he would not have any chance to retaliate when faced with a genuine Do Di. After Xiao Yan's words were spread, everyone in the city below could not help but feel suspicious in their hearts. Xiao Yan in front of them was a 9-star Ban Di who possessed 2 knights. In this green jade city, he could be considered a frightening existence who could do whatever he wanted. However, since this was the case, who was the person who could cause Xiao Yan to call him Elder at this moment? It should be known that with the protection of 2 9-star Ban Di, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to willingly lower his head in the current green jade city unless a Do Di descended. Everyone in the city immediately recovered when they thought of this. Since this was the case, when they looked at Xiao Yan's appearance, the old man who had just spoken was clearly an extremely strong person whose strength had reached the Do Di class. Clamor. After everyone understood this point, the entire green jade city immediately became lively. Quite a number of people began to whisper to each other. Everyone became increasingly curious about Xiao Yan, who was currently standing above the city gate. He possessed a frightening strength that exceeded his own level. He also had 2 9-star Ban Di escorting him. Moreover, a 9-star Ban Di had appeared to block his path. At this moment, he had even attracted a Do Di. Just what exactly was the identity of this black-robed young man in front of them? On the other side, while Xiao Yan and everyone in the city were shocked in their hearts, in the Yunin Pavilion, a deep solemnness surged onto Zhang Yi's originally calm face the instant the old man's voice was emitted. Luo Jin, who was beside him, was also frowning. He could sense the invisible pressure. He was certain that this old man's strength was at least above the Do Di class. Moreover, from his words earlier, it was obvious that he was targeting Xiao Yan. When he thought of this, Luo Jin could not help but feel a headache for Xiao Yan. At the same time, he also felt extremely stunned in his heart. It was fine that he had offended a half-D in the southern region. At the very least, he had the protection of the northern king and Xiao Jin. Additionally, Xiao Yan's own strength was not weak. Hence, it could be considered smooth sailing for those below the Do Di class. Luo Jin originally thought that Xiao Yan would restrain himself after arriving at the western region. As long as he was careful, he would not encounter the people from the 4 large sections. However, at this moment, someone actually came looking for Xiao Yan the moment he stepped foot into the western region. Luo Jin could not help but curse Xiao Yan countless times in his heart. This was all thanks to Luo Jin reminding Xiao Yan before he left the Yunin Pavilion. However, from the looks of it, his words were clearly in vain. Of course, this could not be entirely blamed on Xiao Yan. After all, his heart was also filled with curiosity toward this elite Do Di who had appeared at this moment. He had never met this elite Dodi before. Since this was the case, where did this elite Dodi come from? Moreover, from the meaning of his words, this elite Dodi seemed to have some understanding of what had happened in the ancient wild city. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, not a single person could be seen in the surrounding area. However, the atmosphere that covered the sky above Green Jade City had become increasingly oppressive. At this moment, the originally sunny and cloudless Green Jade City seemed to have a large patch of dark clouds covering the entire sky. This caused the crowd below to become restless. Who exactly are you? If you have something to say, please come out and meet me. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Xiao Yan's face was pale as he looked at the sky above his head. Although the sky was clear at this moment, what appeared in his eyes was a black mass of dark clouds. The heavy atmosphere was like a mountain pressing down on his head. That frightening pressure almost caused him to be unable to breathe. With a thought, the Northern King and Xiao Jin returned to the two sides of Xiao Yan's body. The Northern King's metal tower-like body did not move. An invisible overbearing pressure spread out and resisted the Dodi's pressure that was coming at him. Roar! At the same time, Xiao Jin by the side also shook its body. Its huge dragon body rose into the sky. An earth-shaking dragon roar resounded through the sky. Golden light shot in all directions and thunderbolts rose in all directions. An incomparably powerful pressure spread out from Xiao Jin's body. Xiao Yan only felt his body relax a little. His slightly bent waist under the pressure also straightened. Ha! Seeing that Xiao Jin was actually able to resist his Do-D-class pressure with the strength of a 9-star half-emperor, a soft sound of surprise was involuntarily emitted from somewhere in the sky. Humph, you're Yan Xiao. The Yan Xiao who is known by everyone in the southern region's savage ancient city. Following the soft laughter of an old man, Xiao Yan's originally grave expression instantly became even more solemn. From the sound of this voice, it was obvious that it was different from the owner of the voice from before. It was another Do-Di. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately felt as though it had been struck by lightning. He felt incomparable shock in his heart. Even if he racked his brains, he could not figure out when and where exactly he had offended a Do-Di class expert. Ever since Xiao Yan had come into contact with the Yuanwu continent, the strongest enemy he had encountered was only a 9-star half-emperor. Since that was the case, where did the two Do-Di class experts in front of him come from? They had no enmity with him in the past. It was impossible for them to wait for him in this Green Jade City for no reason. There must be some reason behind this. However, the current Xiao Yan was completely unaware of this so-called reason. Hearing the other party's question, Xiao Yan would naturally be too lazy to bother if it was an ordinary half-emperor. However, it was different at this moment. The person in front of him was a genuine Do-Di. He was a frightening existence that could be killed with a wave of his hand. He definitely could not reveal even the slightest trace of dissatisfaction in front of such a strong person. A long while later, Xiao Yan's gaze was still carefully and cautiously looking all around. His throat rolled before he tried his best to speak in a calm tone. That's right. I am indeed Yan Xiao. Since Elder knows me so well, may I know who Elder is? Cuckoo, Xiao Yan's reply was met with a faint cold laugh from the empty space. You said that you are Yan Xiao. A faint mocking voice was emitted. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. From these words, Xiao Yan felt an uneasiness. The two people in front of him, who had yet to reveal themselves, seemed to have a far greater understanding of him than Xiao Yan had imagined. Yan Xiao, in turn, is Xiao Yan. A faint cold laugh was emitted. Xiao Yan's face was immediately filled with pride and shock. Just who were these two people? How could they know his real name? Xiao Yan admitted that ever since he had come to the Yuanwu continent, other than Yuan Qing from the Cloud Immortal sect, only the Lu clan knew his real name. However, the Lu clan was currently unharmed and it was impossible for a Dodi from the western region to appear in the southern region. Since this was the case, how did the people in front of him know his real identity? It's them. Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who had lowered his head and was deep in thought, seemed to have recalled something. If these were not mentioned, there was only one person left who knew his real identity. It was the one who had been relentlessly chasing him since the beginning, Ghost Temple Gate. In the next moment, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head. His solemn gaze contained a sharpness as he stared at the empty space above his head. The Do Qi in his body, which had just recovered, was once again raised at this moment. Puff! With a puffed sound, a fierce, heavenly flame angrily spat out from the surface of Xiao Yan's body. It agglomerated into a heavenly flame armor that protected Xiao Yan within it. With a wave of his large hand, the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. The heavenly flame in his hand swiftly spread over it, dyeing it into an extremely beautiful, heavenly flame ruler. At the same time, the Northern King and Xiao Yan, who were on either side of Xiao Yan, also stepped into the air. They stood side by side with Xiao Yan, preparing to welcome the upcoming battle. You are from the Ghost Temple Gate. Finally, Xiao Yan's somewhat doubtful cold cry was emitted from his mouth. At a certain spot in the empty space, the expressions of a few figures involuntarily changed at this moment. They could not help but feel astonished in their hearts. Even they could not avoid that faction. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan actually had a direct connection with them. No wonder that group of people would ask them to take action for a bandit. No, they are not from the Ghost Temple Gate. They are the sect leaders of the four great sects. However, not long after Xiao Yan's words sounded from his mouth, a solemn cry was suddenly emitted from the sky. Xiao Yan looked over in the direction of the voice. The person who entered his sight was Zhang Yi from the Yunin Pavilion, Elder Zhang. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately brightened when he saw Zhang Yi. As an elder of the Yunin Pavilion, Zhang Yi's strength had reached the Do Di class. If he were to appear, the other party would not dare to act rashly even if they were also elite Do Di. However, Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he heard the words from Zhang Yi's mouth. In the next moment, just as Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly turned his gaze and looked toward the sky. In his line of sight, a few human figures slowly appeared from the empty space. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over them one by one. At the same time, he quietly counted in his heart. His heart also became heavy. 1, 2, 3, 4 human figures. 4 elite Do Di. At the same time, they represented the 4 top factions of the western region. They were the sect leaders of the super sections. Chapter 367. Haha, I was wondering who it was. There is actually someone in this small green jade city who can recognize us. It is actually Elder Zhang Yi from the Yunin Pavilion. Ha 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 ha, 4 human figures stood side by side in the sky. One of them was a tall, strong old man who was nearly 2 meters tall. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His arms were crossed in front of his chest as he looked down at Zhang Yi, who had appeared in front of the city gate. They were both elite Do Di, but the gap in strength gave this old man the confidence to suppress the other party. Compared to a bandit, a true Do Di strength was divided even more meticulously. Even if there was only a slight difference between 2 Do Di, it was enough to determine the gap in strength between 2 people. The gap in strength between Do Di was not something that could be made up with just an extremely powerful Do technique. True strength still depended on one's own cultivation. Unorthodox methods were ultimately insignificant. Zhang Yi's turbid eyes were slowly lifted when he heard these words. A pair of deep eyes penetrated the empty space and shot toward the strong old man in the sky. Chief Wu, I trust that you have been well since we last met. The eyes of Xiao Yan, who was on the city gate, immediately hardened when the words from Zhang Yi's mouth sounded. From the way Zhang Yi addressed this old man, it was obvious that this sect leader Wu was the 8-star Do-Di sect leader of the Battle Martial sect, Wu Jitian. Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his head and looked over when he thought of this. It seemed that this Do-Di was different from an ordinary person. While his heart felt solemn, he could not help but feel a little curious. Although the 4 sect leaders were 100,000 feet in the sky, Xiao Yan's Bandi-class eyesight allowed him to clearly see Zhong Wu at a glance. The first impression that Wu Jitian gave people was that he was overbearing. His fierce-looking face was filled with wrinkles, and every wrinkle was the proof of the vicissitudes of life. His large square face seemed to have a kind of upright and plain-spoken temperament, but his pair of eyes that were as sharp as blades made people feel a chill when they touched them. Looking down, his upper body was actually naked. His dark skin was suffused with an ice-cold luster like a black rock, giving off an extremely thick and solid feeling. It was as if his flesh and blood were made of diamond and indestructible. On the left side of his chest, a thick layer of pauldrons covered half of his body. On the pauldrons, there was a strange, pitch-black magical beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Xiao Yan recognized this. This was the black rock beast that was known for its powerful physical body in the magical beast world. The skin all over its body had been trained until it was as hard as diamond and indestructible. This caused it to have almost no weaknesses. It could be considered a renowned existence in the entire magical beast world. When he saw this, Xiao Yan instantly came to an understanding. The shoulder armor on his left chest wasn't made of metal, but the skin and flesh of a Xianyan beast. Hiss! Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he thought of this. To be used as a protective pauldron by an 8-star Do-Di class expert, the strength of this Xianyan beast when it was alive was likely that it was at least an 8-star Do-Di class expert. An 8-star Do-Di class Xianyan beast was actually killed by someone. This kind of battle result was something that even Xiao Yan did not dare to easily imagine. The Xianyan beast was in existence with the best defensive strength in the magical beast world. However, even such an existence was actually killed by Wu Jitian, who was of the same class. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifyingly strong Wu Jitian was. When everyone below heard the words from Zhang Yi's mouth, most of them immediately understood the specific identities of the 4 strong people in the sky. The crowd immediately turned into an uproar. Waves of private conversations quietly spread. The gazes that everyone used to look at Xiao Yan also involuntarily contained an additional thread of pity. At the same time, everyone's hearts also became increasingly curious about Xiao Yan's identity. Even the leaders of the 4 large sects had personally come out for Xiao Yan. Just who exactly was this young 5-star half-martial emperor in front of them? Indeed. Elder Zhang Yi, I trust that you have been well since we last met. The one who spoke this time around was an old man with a long and narrow face and a ruddy complexion standing to the left of Wu Jitian. The old man was dressed in a golden robe, and his aura was completely concealed by the robe. His snow-white hair was neatly tied behind his back, and a sharp golden light shot out from his long and narrow eyes. At the same time, under the golden light, there was an unconcealable arrogance that could not be concealed. Chen Zhen, Zhang Yi came to Xiao Yan's side. His gaze was grave as he looked at Chen Zhen, who was in the sky. Among the 4 people in the group, he was the strongest. As a rank 5 formation master, Chen Zhen possessed an extremely strong spiritual strength that could easily match a Do-Di. In addition to his strength, among the 4 large sects, the refining gods sect that he belonged to was unshakable. This point was something that even the battle sect and the heavenly sword sect, which were known for their martial prowess, had to admit. Zhang Yi, the 4 of us did not come to Green Jade City to find trouble with you. We also do not wish for our relationship with the Union Pavilion to become too strained. This is not beneficial to either side. Therefore, I hope that you can stand aside and watch. The four people in the sky were not ordinary people. When Zhang Yi appeared, they had sensed that he had some relationship with Xiao Yan. Now that they saw Zhang Yi walk to Xiao Yan's side, they were even more certain in their hearts. Although this was the case, the Yunin Pavilion was not an ordinary faction. Those people from the Ghost Slaughter sect might be frightening, but they did not think that the foundation of the Yunin Pavilion would be any weaker than the Yunin Pavilion. Therefore, Qinzhen's tone was considered tactful when he spoke. However, when Zhang Yi heard the words from the other party's mouth, his expression was calm as he shook his head at Qinzhen. If it was someone he knew, he might have given way under the pressure of Qinzhen, an 8-star Dodi. Since this matter did not concern him, he could not be bothered to get involved. He was a member of the Yunin Pavilion and his job was to protect Luo Jin. He had to listen to Luo Jin's orders. He would not help someone who was unrelated to him. However, the difference today was that Xiao Yan had a special relationship with Luo Jin. Even if he did not step forward now, Luo Jin would still ask him to step forward and the result would be the same. Since it was going to be the same sooner or later, he might as well take the initiative to step forward. It would also help to improve his relationship with Xiao Yan. At the same time, it could also satisfy Luo Jin. Additionally, now that the Yunin Pavilion's pavilion chief had returned, there was a new leader in the Yunin Pavilion. Even though Luo Jin was not very strong, as long as he was in Green Jade City, Zhang Yi clearly knew that no matter what the four sect leaders had in mind for Xiao Yan, they would not get the result they wanted. Zhang Yi, are you determined to stand against us? On Wu Jitian's right, a white-haired old man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes took half a step forward. In an instant, his body had already arrived above the city gate. At the same time, a vast and frightening aura instantly swept out from within his body. The frightening pressure came pouncing over like a flood. Under this pressure, the crowd below was instantly pressed to the ground. Xiao Yan and Zhang Yi, who were above the city gate, also took a couple of steps back under this pressure. Xiao Yan was unable to endure in his current condition. With a bang, he knelt on the ground with one knee. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His face, which had just recovered a little color, swiftly turned pale. Humph. Sect leader Jian, why do you need to be so overbearing? That subordinate of yours is not dead. Moreover, he is currently seriously injured. Where possible, one should be lenient. On account of my Yunin Pavilion, the old me advises you to stop now. Zhang Yi glanced at Xiao Yan behind him and frowned. Immediately, a cold snort was emitted from his nose. A frightening Dou-di pressure spread out and barely blocked Jian Ming's Dou-di pressure. Humph, Zhang Yi, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? One of the most important keys to the ancient tomb, the ancient sky steps, is with this brat behind you. Do you think that the four of us will let him off? Zhang Yi's expression instantly changed when these words were uttered. He turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan with a surprised face. However, he discovered that the latter was looking at him with a solemn expression. Under the great temptation of the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, Xiao Yan did not know if he would be tempted by Zhang Yi, who was standing in front of him at this moment. Zhang Yi seemed to have seen the worry in Xiao Yan's heart. An instant later, he smiled warmly at Xiao Yan and said, "Young friend Xiao Yan, you can rest assured that with my Yunin Pavilion around today, they will not be able to touch you." Humph. Zhang Yi, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The old me respects you as an elder of the Yunin Pavilion. This is why I am being courteous to you. If you continue to be so obstinate, don't blame the old me for being merciless. Jian Ming's body suddenly shook after his words sounded. A wave of surging Dou-Qi immediately surged out of Jian Ming's body and swiftly agglomerated into an icy blue long sword in front of him. The long sword was condensed, and the body of the sword suddenly shook. Then, a buzzing sound quickly spread out. Zhang Yi's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. This long sword was formed from the special sword intent that Jianming had practiced. After it was agglomerated with Do Qi, its strength was even greater. A swing of the sword was not inferior to a human class Do technique. Now that he had practiced this sword to the point of perfection, even with Zhang Yi's strength, it would be difficult for him to withstand a single blow from him. Sword sweep 8 wastelands. Go! Jianming let out a low cry and suddenly waved his right hand. The long sword in front of him trembled. Within a couple of flashes, 7 long swords were formed in the air. As Jianming's order sounded, a total of 8 long swords instantly turned into 8 rays of light that ruthlessly slashed at Zhang Yi. Damn it! This fellow is really vicious. Zhang Yi's old face immediately revealed a deep solemn expression when he saw Jianming's merciless attack. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. He took half a step back and his body suddenly shook. The surging Do Qi within his body immediately surged out. His 10 fingers moved together and a glow flickered on his fingertips. An enormous illusory palm swiftly agglomerated in front of him with the support of his Do Qi. Sky opening palm. A low cry sounded. The enormous palm that was agglomerated from Do Qi immediately smashed violently toward the 8 long swords that were heading toward him. At the same time, Zhang Yi was prepared to retreat. After all, he believed that he did not have the slightest chance of victory against an 8-star Do Di. Humph. You overestimate yourself. You are merely a 2-star Do Di. Do you really think that this D does not dare to touch you? The dark, stern, cold cry sounded. The 8 sword glows immediately brightened. 4 of the sword glows separated, bypassed the sky-opening palm in front of them, and swiftly shot toward Zhang Yi. The other 4 long swords carried an incomparably sharp overbearing aura as they swiftly shattered the sky-opening palm that was heading toward him. The might of the 4 long swords was not reduced even after the sky-opening palm was broken. They swiftly caught up with the other 4 long swords and slashed toward Zhang Yi's head. The 8 long swords emitted a buzzing sound the instant they fell. They once again agglomerated into one amid a glaring white light. After which, it carried an incomparably terrifying aura as it violently fell toward Zhang Yi's head. Clang! Zhang Yi's body immediately flew back uncontrollably after an earth-shaking loud sound appeared. Finally, he violently collided with a wall. Following the collapse of the wall, Zhang Yi involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. The gap between a 2-star Do Di and an 8-star Do Di was indeed too great. Even though this was the case, it was because Jianming had held back because of Zhang Yi's status. It was difficult to imagine that if they were to really fight, it was likely that Jianming's earlier attack would be enough to easily kill Zhang Yi. Humph. Zhang Yi, you should not think too highly of yourself. Although you and I are both Do Di, I still do not place you in my eyes. Forget about you. Even if the pavilion chief of your Yunin pavilion were to come today, the old me would still take down this Xiao Yan. Jianming stood in the empty air. His face was filled with disdain as he lifted his eyes to look at Zhang Yi below, who had spat out blood and retreated. After his words sounded, another icy cold voice that contained a cold chill faintly sounded in this place. Oh. Is that so? You actually do not place this pavilion chief in your eyes after injuring my people. Sect Chief Jian, you are really mighty. When these words fell, the expressions of the other 3 sect leaders in the sky changed in unison. Jianming's face, which was originally filled with disdain and sneer, suddenly changed to one of fear. Chapter 368. Many years ago, when the Yunin Pavilion had just been built, the leaders of the 4 sects had appeared with the intention of suppressing it. On one hand, they wanted to broaden the horizons of the newcomers. On the other hand, they wanted to probe the strength of the other party. After all, no matter who it was, they would be curious about the foundation of such a faction that had suddenly risen in the western region. At that time, only the leader of the sword sect, Jian Ming, had spoken rudely to the Union Pavilion within the 4 sections. Of course, normally speaking, with his strength and position, no one would dare to say anything if he mocked and ridiculed. However, that time was different. After Jian Ming's cold laughter sounded, he suffered the most unforgettable blow in his life. In front of the Union Pavilion in the Western Regional City, Jian Ming, an extremely strong 8-star Do-D class expert, a supreme being that few people in the Western region could compare with, suddenly felt a frightening pressure that far exceeded that of a Do-D suddenly pressed down on Jian Ming's body after his cold words toward the Union Pavilion. Under that attack, Jian Ming did not have the slightest ability to resist. This 8-star Do-D was like a dead dog as he was violently crushed and smashed in front of the Union Pavilion. Even if Jian Ming used all of his techniques, he would not be able to escape from the unstoppable terrifying pressure. That day, Jian Ming had knelt in front of the Union Pavilion for a total of 4 hours. This was only because the owner of the aura had taken into account that he was a top person in the Western region. As for his face, it was likely that his face was nothing in front of the owner of the aura. That aura pressure only lasted for an instant. However, even if the current Jian Ming recalled it, it was still fresh in his mind. It was as though it had happened yesterday. Once he recalled it, Jian Ming's body involuntarily trembled even at this moment. His entire body was covered by an icy chill that seemed to have come from hell. Above the city gate, the empty space beside Xiao Yan distorted slightly. Luo Jin's figure slowly appeared. Luo Jin did not bother about those people in the sky after revealing himself. Instead, he turned his eyes to Xiao Yan. He frowned and stuffed a D-tier medicinal pill into Xiao Yan's mouth. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his body, its gentle medicinal power quickly spread throughout his body, quickly alleviating Xiao Yan's internal injuries and his exhausted Do-Qi. In just a short period of time, Xiao Yan's complexion had already regained some color. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt surprised in his heart as he sensed the swiftly recovering injuries within his body. This D-tier medicinal pill that Luo Jin had given him could be considered the best quality D-tier medicinal pill that he had ever seen. At the very least, he had never seen an emperor-grade pill that could heal injuries so quickly in just a few breaths. Thanks. Retracting his thoughts, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at Luo Jin with clear eyes. Don't mention it, Xiao Yan. Luo Jin merely smiled faintly when he heard this. The corner of his mouth carried a playful smile. His gaze focused on Xiao Yan as he spoke in an unknown tone. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could only nod awkwardly. He then looked at Luo Jin and said in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that there are some things that even I don't understand, so I don't want you to worry about me anymore." If I said that I already knew your true identity, would you still say that? Xiao Yan's eyes hardened, but he quickly recovered. That's right, given the power of Union Pavilion, even the 4 great sects were afraid of them. If they really wanted to find out his identity, it would not be difficult. Alright, let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is these 4 guys. After all, they are not ordinary people. Even if it's me, I can't underestimate them. Xiao Yan nodded. With Luo Jin's help, he sat down cross-legged and concentrated on refining the emperor-grade pill in his body. On the other hand, Luo Jin turned his gaze to the few people in the sky. What's wrong? The sect leaders are really arrogant, looking down from above. You must have been in a high position for too long. Why don't you just stand here and let me talk to you? After Luo Jin finished speaking, the 3 sect leaders in the sky hurriedly descended and landed on the city wall a few dozen feet away from Luo Jin. Pavilion leader, you must be joking. Even if we are sect leaders, we still have to walk around. After all, we are already so old and it's not a bad thing to walk around. The sect leader of the divine refining sect, Chen Zhen, laughed dryly as he looked at Luo Jin. The expression on his face appeared to be quite friendly. Even though Luo Jin appeared harmless and his strength was only that of an 8-star half-martial emperor, they did not dare to underestimate him even though they were the sect leaders of the 3 sections. Luo Jin smiled and could not be bothered with them. He turned his gaze and looked at Jian Ming, who was standing at the side of the city gate. A bone-chilling coldness surged into his dark black eyes. Sect leader Jian, I heard you say earlier that even I, the pavilion leader, will not be able to stop you today. You were the one who said that, right? Jian Ming frowned tightly. His gaze stared intently at Luo Jin. His spiritual perception swiftly spread out at this moment, probing this place to see if there was another terrifying aura that he could not touch. You can rest assured that he is not here yet. If there is anything, you can look for me directly. After all, I am the pavilion leader of the Yunin Pavilion. As for those people who do not place me in their eyes, they can come and try to kill me if they want to. I want to see if a Dodi is as strong as the legends say. Luo Jin wore a cold smile as he stared at Jian Ming and laughed coldly. Why does pavilion leader need to speak in such a manner? Sect leader Jian was merely anxious earlier. Therefore, he did not choose his words carefully and spoke carelessly. What kind of power is the Yunin Pavilion? Everyone here has a tacit understanding in their hearts. Why is there a need to make the atmosphere so tense? Chen Zhen rolled his eyes and laughed, playing the role of a peacemaker. However, Luo Jin was not the least bit courteous toward the few people in front of him. Since you know what kind of foundation my Yunin Pavilion has, do you still plan to stay here? Luo Jin placed one hand behind his back. His right hand waved forcefully in front of his chest. With 2 caw-caw sounds, the jade fan opened in the air. The gazes of the 4 people shot over. Luo Jin smiled faintly as he looked at the few people in front of him. However, no one knew that the palm of his right hand, which was holding the jade fan, was filled with sweat. Hearing this, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian looked at each other and frowned. They did not expect Luo Jin to be so unyielding. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted them to leave immediately. Facing Luo Jin's unyielding attitude, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian had some misgivings in their hearts. It was difficult for them to decide whether to stay or leave. Luo Jin was not an ordinary person. As the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion, even if his strength was not strong, his weight was not lower than the Dodi experts like them. This was especially true for the person behind him. As long as he was around, no one in the entire western region would be able to touch him. However, when their gazes landed on Xiao Yan, who was beside Luo Jin, their hearts could not help but palpitate slightly. Luo Jin might have a strong background, but how could they bear to give up when the key to the Heaven-End ancient tomb was right in front of them? After all, to them, as long as they obtained the Heaven-End steps from Xiao Yan, not only would their fighting strength rise to a whole new level, but once they opened the Heaven-End ancient tomb and obtained the inheritance of Tianju, even their cultivation could break through the shackles of the Dodi realm and directly reach the origin transformation realm. That was a whole new level. To them, how could they give up just like that? Even if the one stopping them was the Yunin Pavilion, they would not give up just like that. Pavilion Master, we do not intend to make things difficult for Xiao Yan. However, you should be aware of the importance of the Heaven-End Ancient Tomb. Once the Heaven-End Ancient Tomb appears, the entire western region will be shaken. At that time, even you will not have the ability to suppress the situation. Once the news of Xiao Yan possessing the Heaven-End step spreads, it will bring him endless trouble. Thus, for the sake of Xiao Yan, I hope that Pavilion Master can ask him to hand over the Heaven-End steps. As long as Xiao Yan is willing to hand over the Heaven-End steps, the 4 of us can act as if we have never come to Green Jade City today. From today onwards, we will no longer have anything to do with Xiao Yan. From your words, it seems that if Xiao Yan does not hand over the Heaven End steps, you will spread the news and get even more people to deal with him. Hearing the words that came from Qinzhen's mouth, Luo Jin's right hand trembled violently. With a "caw" sound, the jade fan was closed. His gaze was dense as he stared at Qinzhen. His tone was filled with suppressed anger as he spoke. I know that doing so is a little despicable. However, those who wish to achieve great things should not be bothered by such trifles. Moreover, we only want the Heaven End steps. It is not as if we will take Xiao Yan's life. It is merely a dou technique. There is no harm in giving it up. Am I right? Qinzhen's face was filled with righteousness as he spoke in a casual manner. After which, a golden glow suddenly flickered in his eyes. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile as the frightening aura that belonged to an 8-star Dou Di was unleashed at this moment. It attacked Xiao Yan. You really do not place this pavilion chief in your eyes. Qinzhen. You should be clear that this is Green Jade City and not your 1,000 Gold Mountain. Suddenly, a stern cry sounded in the sky. Zhang Yi's body instantly flashed and appeared in front of Luo Jin. At the same time, a frightening aura swept out from his body. It transformed into an invisible barrier that protected Luo Jin and Xiao Yan within it. Unfortunately, under the pressure of Qinzhen's 8-star Dou Di aura, even though Zhang Yi had used all of his strength to agglomerate his aura, it was still insufficient to resist Qinzhen. I have said that I am doing this for Xiao Yan's sake. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. He should understand this principle. Without sufficient strength, it will be difficult for him to protect anything. There are some things that are not suitable for him to protect. Qinzhen placed his hands behind his back after his voice sounded. He slowly took a step forward and walked toward Xiao Yan. Each time Qinzhen took a step forward, Zhang Yi's body would involuntarily take a step back. Even though both of his feet had been violently inserted into the city wall, he was still unable to stop Qinzhen. Wu Jitian frowned and glanced at Yi Luo Tian, who had not spoken, when he saw that Qinzhen had forcefully advanced. After which, he looked at Jian Ming, only to discover that the latter was also looking at Qinzhen with a solemn expression. Being the strongest person within the 4 sects, Qinzhen's strength was indeed much greater than theirs. At this moment, this action of his involuntarily caused Wu Jitian and the other two to feel surprised in their hearts. Qinzhen's action was clearly an open enemy of the Yunin Pavilion. Xiao Yan, hand over the sky extinction steps and I will spare your life. Qinzhen ignored the gazes of everyone around him. His face was indifferent as he looked at Xiao Yan. He had even ignored Zhang Yi, who was still doing his best to resist the pressure of his Dou Di. Luo Jin's face was similarly gloomy as he stared at Qinzhen. If it were not because old Luo was not around, Qinzhen would not dare to act so presumptuously. However, from another point of view, Luo Jin had also recalled the words that old Luo had said to him back then. The only reason he was able to achieve so much at such a young age was because of the faction behind him. If these were removed, Luo Jin glanced at the calm-faced Xiao Yan beside him, who was still seated cross-legged and refining the medicinal pill within his body. He quietly measured in his heart and thought of all the fighting strength that Xiao Yan possessed. Even if he possessed the greater star plate, it was likely that he would not be able to compare with Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually still in his training state, Qinzhen's face involuntarily revealed a dissatisfied expression. However, at the same time, his heart involuntarily felt surprised at Xiao Yan's mental strength. Regardless of whether he was pretending or not, being able to calmly train under the pressure of an 8-star Dou Di was enough to prove that Xiao Yan was extraordinary. However, just as Qinzhen was about to open his mouth again, Xiao Yan, who had been training with his eyes shut, slowly opened his eyes. His dark black eyes, which were as calm as an old well, were slowly lifted. He looked at Qinzhen and spoke with a calm expression. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that you have made a wasted trip. I don't have the sky extinction steps that you mentioned. Chapter 369. You don't have it. The words had just left Xiao Yan's mouth when Qin Jin, who was in front of him, immediately frowned. His forward footsteps also paused. Both of his eyes narrowed. His golden eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. His thick voice contained a great amount of doubt. I have never heard of the sky absolute steps that you are talking about. If it is an agility do technique, I have a D-class low-level agility do technique called the 3000 lightning movement. If you don't mind, I will gift it to you. As he spoke, Xiao Yan had already stood up from the ground. With a twist of his wrist, a silver-colored scroll appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. It was the 3000 lightning movement. After receiving the scroll, Xiao Yan lifted his head with a pitiful look in his eyes. His gaze passed over Zhang Yi and looked at Qin Jin, who was currently staring at him with a dark and stern gaze. He extended his hand, which was holding the 3000 lightning movement, slightly forward. It was as if he really wanted to gift it to Qin Jin. Seeing this, Qin Jin could not help but feel a little doubtful in his heart. He did not see anything unusual from Xiao Yan's eyes. At this moment, he had taken out the 3000 lightning movement. In addition to the fact that Xiao Yan had not used the sky absolute steps earlier, this caused Qin Jin to be unable to check if Xiao Yan really possessed the sky absolute steps. All the signs pointed to the fact that Xiao Yan did not possess the sky absolute steps. It was also because of this that there were no flaws that Qin Jin felt that this was Xiao Yan's greatest flaw. Moreover, Qin Jin didn't think that the person from the ghost manor would deceive them. After all, the four of them represented the four great powers of the Western Territory. Deceiving them, especially using the matter related to the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, was no different than pushing the four great powers against them. Once the four great sects joined hands with the Union Pavilion, it would still be a great pressure for Ghost Hall, even though it would not be enough to destroy them. Before the time was ripe, the Ghost Palace would not rashly provoke the various representative forces of the continent. Moreover, from the way Xiao Yan had spat out the Ghost Temple Gate earlier, it was obvious that there was some grudge between him and the Ghost Temple Gate. Since this was the case, there was even less reason for the person from the Ghost Hall to lie to them. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Jin still firmly believed that the sky extinction step must be on Xiao Yan. Thinking of this, Qin Jin's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp golden light. He stretched out his hand and a suction force surged from his palm. The scroll in Xiao Yan's hand was immediately grasped by Qin Jin. With a gentle wave of his hand, the scroll unfurled in front of Qin Jin. When he saw the words 3000 lightning movement, an evil expression immediately appeared on his face. Humph! With a cold snort, a golden light shot out from Qin Jin's eyes, piercing through the scroll in front of him. Following the scattering of silver light, the scroll in front of him shattered and disappeared. The 3000 lightning haste was destroyed just like that. Ha! Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He frowned and slowly clenched his hand under his sleeves. A scarlet fury surged from deep within his eyes. The 3000 lightning movement had accompanied him for many years. Xiao Yan also had quite a lot of feelings for it. Today, it had been destroyed by Jian Ming's hands. Even though the other party was an 8-star Dodi, he was still unable to suppress the fury in Xiao Yan's heart. Just based on the fact that Qin Jin had destroyed the 3000 lightning movement, Xiao Yan had already blacklisted him. In this life, Xiao Yan must kill this person. However, Xiao Yan was not an impulsive person. A gentleman's revenge was a dish best served cold. He clearly understood this principle. Moreover, what he was best at was enduring silently. Brat, why are you still not handing over the sky extinction step? Qin Jin's eyes were densely cold as he stared at Xiao Yan. He once again took a step forward. The frightening Dodi pressure continued to press on Zhang Yi and Xiao Yan in front of him. Humph. Chen Zhen, you really don't put this pavilion chief in your eyes. After the cold cry sounded, Luo Jin suddenly flashed and blocked in front of Zhang Yi. He suddenly waved the jade fan in his hand and a sharp Doqi pillar immediately shot towards Chen Zhen. Faced with the aggressive Luo Jin, Chen Zhen's face remained calm. To him, a half-martial emperor was already a thing of the past. To him, it did not pose the slightest threat. Pavilion Chief, I do not wish to make things difficult for all of you. I also hope that you will not intervene. This is a matter between our 4 great sects and Xiao Yan. As long as we obtain the Sky Extinction Step, we will definitely not make things difficult for Xiao Yan on account of Pavilion Chief. Additionally, I will not make things difficult for Elder Zhang Yi. However, in order to avoid trouble, I will have to let him suffer for the time being. Once I obtain the Sky Extinction Steps, I will naturally leave Green Jade City. Chen Zhen's expression was calm. Without the existence of that person, the Pavilion Chief before him was merely an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor. Although he could not touch him, as long as he was unharmed, the person behind him would not have any reason to make things difficult for them. Cough cough. Your Excellency, there is no need to force me. I have already said that I have never seen the Sky Extinction Steps that you speak of. If you are looking for it, I'm afraid that you have found the wrong person. Xiao Yan half knelt on the ground. Even though he had reached the point where he could no longer endure, he still could not bear to lower his head to Chen Zhen. The intermittent words that came out of his mouth still indicated that he did not have the item that Chen Zhen needed. I advise you to speak less. With your strength, you will not be able to endure my pressure. Of course, I am very surprised that you are able to open your mouth to speak. However, I believe that it must have consumed a lot of your strength. Chen Zhen's tone was indifferent as he continued to speak. I will still say the same thing. Hand over the Sky Extinction Steps and I will spare your life. This time, Xiao Yan returned to silence. The words that he had spoken earlier seemed to have exhausted all of his strength. He was unable to speak again. Roar! An earth-shaking roar gave rise to rings of invisible spatial ripples in the sky. The invisible space started to distort like the surface of the sea. Following the dazzling golden light emitted from Xiao Jin's body, the frightening pressure on Xiao Yan's shoulder was actually weakened by a bit again. Humph humph, this little thing is quite interesting. You are actually able to resist my oppressive might with the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. I must say that you have truly made me quite interested in you. Chen Zhen chuckled. Within the gaze with which he looked at Xiao Jin, there was an additional trace of greed. Evidently, he had taken a fancy to Xiao Jin's body. 9 Profound Golden Lightning, a 9-star half-martial emperor level 9 Profound Golden Lightning. Even though its strength could not be considered to be very strong to him, if he were to devour it, its effect would be greatly different from ordinary cultivation materials. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Otherwise, humph humph, even in the entire continent, I'm afraid that, Chen Zhen's words were unclear. After which, he gently waved his hand. Immediately, surging frightening Doqi gathered to a high degree and turned into a stream of Doqi that ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Jin's enormous body. Bang! Xiao Jin's dragon scales shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Amidst a miserable beastly roar, Xiao Jin's enormous body was ruthlessly smashed into the city wall below and was unable to move. Xiao Jin had been seriously injured with just one attack. Xiao Jin. The appearance of this scene caused Xiao Yan, who had just recovered some strength, to immediately become furious. He could not help but roar out loud. With a thought, the Northern King's tower-like body immediately moved. With Chen Zhen's frightening oppressive might above his head, he ruthlessly charged toward Chen Zhen. Ah, puppet! 9-star half-martial emperor, Xiao Yan, all the things on your body are truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, you have followed the wrong master. Chenjin gently waved his hand again. Another stream of Do Chi that was not the slightest bit weaker than the previous one shot out and instantly sent the charging Northern King flying. Bang! With just one attack, the Northern King's body tore apart the city wall behind him and was embedded deep within the city wall along with Xiao Jin. An extremely deep crack lay diagonally on the Northern King's chest. Threads of lightning continuously shot out from it and healed the Northern King's injured body. Even so, the recovery speed of the wound was still extremely slow. Under this attack, even the Northern King's indestructible body was unable to endure it. It must be said that a Do Di was truly frightening. In the city, everyone raised their heads and stared at Qin Zhen, who was above the city gate. Everyone's mouths were wide open and speechless. The extremely shocking scene in front of them had caused them to become absent-minded. It was difficult to imagine that those two were 9-star half-DD. They were basically invincible existences in Green Jade City. Yet, they were unable to retaliate in front of Qin Zhen. An elite Do Di was really this frightening. I'll say it again. Hand over the Sky Annihilation Steps. Otherwise, I will immediately kill your pet. Using his pressure to block the gloomy Luo Jin to the side, Qin Zhen slowly walked in front of Xiao Yan. He raised his hand and pointed it at Xiao Jin's position. If Xiao Yan did not hand over the Sky Annihilation Steps, he did not mind killing Xiao Jin. It would also make it easier for him to absorb the latter's wild and violent energy and use it to increase his own strength. Cough cough. I'll say it again. I don't have the Sky Annihilation Steps that you want on me. Xiao Yan's face was pale as he spoke in a weak voice. Humph. Qin Zhen's eyes sharpened as he prepared to attack. However, in the next moment, Qin Zhen frowned. Xiao Yan had actually personally handed over his storage ring in front of him. Handing over the storage ring was equivalent to handing over all of his treasures. Even Qin Zhen could not help but feel a little astonished by this. That's true. Sect leader Qin, why are you in such a hurry to kill him? Why don't you take a look at this kid's storage ring first? If there is the Sky Annihilation Steps, it won't be too late to take it first. Don't you agree? At this moment, Wu Jitian from the Battle Marshal's sect also flew down and looked at Qin Zhen with a smile. The intention of stopping Qin Zhen in his words was self-evident. Evidently, he could tell that Xiao Jin was special at a glance. Hence, he spoke out to stop him. Humph. With a cold snort, Qin Zhen retracted his gaze and looked coldly at the pitch-black storage ring in front of him. Under Wu Jitian's expectant gaze, Qin Zhen then poured his spiritual energy into Xiao Yan's storage ring. As Xiao Yan was the one who took the initiative to open the storage ring, Qin Zhen's spiritual energy was not obstructed when it flowed into the storage ring. A moment later, the indifferent face of Qin Zhen, who was originally calmly inspecting Xiao Yan's storage ring, gradually became gloomy in front of the eyes of the few people around him. The large rock that Wu Jitian and the others had just put down in their hearts was once again suspended at this moment. What's going on? Don't tell me that the Sky Annihilation Steps is not in this kid's storage ring. Wu Jitian frowned and said in a low voice. With the news from the Ghost Hall, he did not believe that the Sky Annihilation Steps was not in Xiao Yan's hands. A moment later, however, the gloomy-faced Qin Zhen helplessly withdrew his spiritual strength. His expression was extremely gloomy as he stared intently at Xiao Yan. Immediately, he slowly shook his head in front of the serious gazes of the few people around him. Chapter 370. That's impossible. A furious roar was heard as Wu Jitian strode forward, completely ignoring the people around him. His broad palm reached out from his sleeve and snatched the black storage ring from Qin Zhen's hand. Seeing that he was about to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps, how could he allow anything to go wrong? Even if there wasn't anything, he had to check it himself. Holding the storage ring in his hand, Wu Jitian's soul power immediately surged into the storage ring in his hand with a thought. He carefully inspected the space inside inch by inch. But after a long while, Wu Jitian, who was originally full of doubts, became even more gloomy. Under the probing of Wu Jitian's spiritual sense, Xiaoyan's storage ring was indeed as Qinjin had said. He did not find any trace of the sky absolute steps. How is this possible? Ghost Manor clearly said that the sky extinction steps is on this kid, but why isn't it here? Wu Jitian's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiaoyan. The storage ring in his palm emitted a creaking sound. Fortunately, it was made of a special material and was not forcefully crushed by Wu Jitian. Kid! Tell me, where did you hide the sky extinction steps? Wu Jitian snorted angrily. He stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoyan's neck. He lifted Xiaoyan up like a little chick and spoke sternly with his face close to Xiaoyan's. Xiaoyan's pale face quickly turned red as Wu Jitian grabbed his neck. He held on to Wu Jitian's wrist, which was twice as thick as his. His scarlet eyes stared at Wu Jitian's ferocious face as he shook his head with great difficulty. A hoarse voice was forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. I don't know how you're courting death. Xiaoyan's words obviously enraged the hot-tempered Wu Jitian. He tightened his grip on Xiaoyan's neck and the sound of his neck being crushed could be heard continuously. Xiaoyan's head fell back uncontrollably as blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth and flowed down to Wu Jitian's palm. Humph! Stimulated by the scarlet blood, Wu Jitian's body flashed. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the edge of the city wall that was on the verge of collapse. Xiaoyan's body swayed uncontrollably under Wu Jitian's palm. At the next moment, a glint flashed across Wu Jitian's eyes. With a deep roar, Wu Jitian's slightly bent arm shot out like a cannonball, while Xiaoyan's body was smashed deep into the city wall by the tremendous force. Boom! After this attack, the city wall, which could not bear the heavy burden, finally collapsed with a loud bang. Huge rocks smashed onto Wu Jitian's body, but the latter did not move at all. His body shook, and an invisible force field swept out, crushing all the rocks around him. Humph! Speak, where is the sky extinguishing steps? Wu Jitian said in a low and deep voice as he indifferently looked at the weak aura of Xiaoyan in front of him. However, Xiaoyan still shook his head with great difficulty in the face of this. Bastard! Are you courting death? With a furious roar, Wu Jitian violently flung Xiaoyan away. After several violent collisions, Xiaoyan finally landed in front of the Withered Leaf sect leader, Yi Luotian. He wore a silver headband on his head, and his silver hair was tied up and scattered behind his back. His face was amiable and rosy, and his pair of turbid old eyes shone with a wise light. The smile at the corner of his mouth made people have an inexplicable good impression of him. When faced with Xiaoyan, Yi Luotian did not use violence to resolve the problem like the few people in front of him. In comparison, he was quite gentle. He was as amiable as a kind old grandfather. Haha, Xiaoyan, I advise you to hand over the sky extinguishing steps. After all, your life is the most important thing. If you lose your life, it will be useless even if you continue to hide the sky extinguishing steps. While speaking, Yi Luotian actually gently placed his shriveled hand on Xiaoyan's chest in front of his extremely shocked eyes. A cluster of green-colored qi flowed into Xiaoyan's body, and the injuries in Xiaoyan's body began to slowly recover. Yi Luotian was actually helping Xiaoyan heal his injuries. Humph! Yi Luotian, you are really a good person. Why, do you really think of yourself as the savior of the world? You want to save everyone regardless of who you meet. Why don't you choose to save everyone? Why do you need to be the sect leader? Wu Jitian's face was filled with disdain as he looked at Yi Luotian. Although they were equally famous among the four great sects, the Withered Leaf sect was the weakest among the four sects in every aspect. However, there was one exception. In terms of killing people, the Withered Leaf sect could not be compared to the other three sections. However, in terms of saving people, the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luo Tian, was actually a truly good person. He had saved countless people since he started training, including some famous experts in the Western region. It was also because of this that the Withered Leaf sect that he belonged to was ranked last among the four sections. However, the difference was that there were many famous experts in the Western region in the Withered Leaf sect. This allowed the Withered Leaf sect's overall strength to stand firm among the four sections. Sect leader Wu, you must be joking. Aren't I doing this for the sky extinction steps? Rather than committing crimes by killing people and failing to obtain the sky extinction steps in the end, why not let me save another person? This can be considered as benefiting my sect. At the same time, I also hope that little friend Xiao Yan will hand over the sky extinction steps. After all, this is beneficial to everyone. In the face of Wu Jitian's angry roar, Yi Luo Tian continued to chuckle. He looked extremely dignified and benevolent. This actually made Xiao Yan have a good impression of him. Little friend Xiao Yan, since I have healed your injuries, I wonder if you will hand over the sky extinction steps now. Don't worry, as long as little friend Xiao Yan is willing to hand over the sky extinction steps, I will be the first to ensure your safety. Furthermore, with our status, there is no need to kill a junior for something. This is not good for our reputation, right? At the end of his words, Yi Luotian's gentle gaze swept across the entire area. His gaze paused on Qin Jin for a moment before he smiled and turned back to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan crawled to his feet with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Yi Luotian. The latter gently nodded his head. Immediately, Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. He looked at Yi Luotian and helplessly said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Senior. Junior does not have the item that Senior needs. Furthermore, all of you have already checked my storage ring, and there is indeed nothing inside. Moreover, if I really had such a valuable item, it is even more impossible for me to place it outside of my storage ring, so, humph. Xiao Yan, even now, you are still so stingy with your glib tongue. Since you wish to die, I will fulfill your wish. Xiao Yan, prepare to die. With a stern cry, Wu Jitian could no longer tolerate Xiao Yan continuing. His body moved and appeared in the empty space above Xiao Yan. He waved his sleeves and his hand was tightly clenched into a fist. A fist was violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's head. If this attack landed, Xiao Yan would definitely die. Humph. Great Star Plate. Activate. However, in the next moment, a cold cry that contained a terrifying murderous intent suddenly sounded in the area. Bang! In the next moment, Wu Jitian's fist that was filled with an imposing aura finally collided with a cream-white energy barrier. Crack! Following an intense tremor, a cracking sound was suddenly emitted from the point where Wu Jitian's fist collided with the energy barrier. Soon after, the sturdy barrier that could withstand an all-out attack from an ordinary elite Dou shattered. Behind Wu Jitian, Luo Jin involuntarily spat out fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the cracked great star plate in his hand and involuntarily coughed twice. Luo Jin had only managed to block Wu Jitian's punch after exhausting all the strength of the great star plate and adding his own Dou Qi. If the latter had not used his full strength out of fear of Luo Jin's identity, Luo Jin would have been dead by now. Pavilion Chief, I do not wish to become enemies with Yunin Pavilion. Please move aside. Wu Jitian frowned and hesitated. If Luo Jin insisted on protecting Xiao Yan, even if the four sects joined forces, they would not be able to touch Xiao Yan. If you dare to touch him today, I guarantee that your four sects will be removed from the western region tomorrow. Luo Jin's face was pale. However, he swept his gaze across the four sect leaders with a sinister expression. There was no fear in his dark eyes. Luo Jin believed that he would be able to do what he said. Similarly, the sect leaders of the four sects did not dare to underestimate the weight of Luo Jin's words. The four of them frowned and looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with hesitation. On one hand, they had the Sky Extinction Step. That was the key to opening the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. On the other hand, they had to face the colossus that was the Yunin Pavilion. The strength of the Yunin Pavilion was stronger than the four sects. Looking at the current situation, Luo Jin did not seem to be joking. If he really wanted to kill, the four sects would be in real danger. To them, it was not worth it to destroy the foundation that they had built over half of their lives for Xiao Yan. It seems that with the pavilion chief around, we cannot touch Xiao Yan. Chen Zhen narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yan, who was standing behind Luo Jin. Jian Ming remained silent. Yi Luo Tian had already returned to the center of the four sects. Wu Jitian frowned and looked at Luo Jin. Then, he glared at Xiao Yan and said in a deep voice, "Kid, how long do you think you can hide? If you have the ability, you can stay in the Yunin Pavilion for the rest of your life. Otherwise, humph. Since you don't have anything else to say, please take your leave." Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. When Wu Jitian heard this, he snorted coldly. He turned around and was about to leave. However, in the next moment, wait. Chapter 371. Chen Zhen took a step forward and spoke in a slightly hoarse and deep voice. After he spoke, Wu Jitian, who was about to leave, could not help but stop in his tracks. He looked at Chen Zhen with the others beside him. Wu Jitian frowned and looked at Jian Ming. He realized that Jian Ming was also at a loss. Yi Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Zhen for a while before looking at the surroundings. His eyes flickered and he seemed to be deep in thought. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed and he took half a step forward. He stared at Chen Zhen and said in a low voice, "What? Does sect leader Chen want to continue making a fuss? Although I am not as strong as you guys, I am a man of my word. I will definitely do what I say." Crack crack, Luo Jin gently shook the jade fan in his hand and then opened it. Luo Jin's white palm suddenly cut across the leaves of the fan. Blood flowed out and drops of essence blood were injected into the jade fan. Then, under everyone's gazes, lines of blood-red lines that looked like capillaries covered the entire jade fan. At the same time, a terrifying aura rapidly spread from the jade fan. Even Wu Jitian and the others in front of Luo Jin could not help but be surprised when they sensed the terrifying bloodthirsty aura from the jade whisk fan. Being able to unleash such a powerful attack with the strength of an 8-star bandit was sufficient to cause Luo Jin to feel proud. If the ones who had come today were not them but other bandit class experts, it was likely that even the four of them would not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan and Luo Jin. Even though this was the case, Chen Zhen's expression was still calm. His dark gaze was withdrawn from Xiao Yan and landed on Luo Jin in front of him. He mused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. He pondered for a while and said, "Pavilion leader, there is no need to be so angry. Don't worry, we will not force the heaven annihilation step. I believe that even if we kill Xiao Yan and search his body, we will not be able to find the heaven annihilation step." Chen Zhen's eyes flickered. He still firmly believed that the Sky Extinction Step was definitely with Xiao Yan. The reason why they could not find it was likely that the latter had already made preparations for them. Therefore, they had no choice but to temporarily put the matter of the Sky Extinction Step aside. Luo Jin coldly snorted in response to Chen Zhen's words. Xiao Yan did not comment. Chen Zhen did not seem to care about this. He coldly laughed and continued to speak in a deep voice. "However, there is another matter that requires Xiao Yan to give us an explanation." Finally, the conversation reached the main point. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin frowned slightly. They exchanged glances with each other. The two of them did not know what was going on in their hearts. They quietly communicated with their eyes before turning their gazes to Qin Jin. Wu Jitian and the others at the side also looked at each other, each of them deep in thought. Wu Jitian's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Qin Jin. His sharp gaze occasionally glanced at Xiao Yan, who was beside Luo Jin. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Pavilion Chief, we cannot talk about other things first. However, Xiao Yan has injured one of our people. This person was jointly appointed by our 4 large sections. No matter how you put it, he can be considered a subordinate of our 4 large sections. Now that he has been injured by Xiao Yan to such an extent, don't tell me that we, as sect leaders, must just watch him be beaten by others. Qin Jin coldly stared at Xiao Yan. Deep within his eyes, there was a hint of mockery. Today, even if he could not kill Xiao Yan, he would definitely injure him. A glint immediately shot out from Wu Jitian's eyes when these words were uttered. The smile on the corner of his mouth widened. That's right, this was the result that he wanted. No matter what, he would not allow Xiao Yan to escape unscathed in front of them. Jian Ming's eyes were like swords as he stared at Xiao Yan. An invisible aura rapidly surged around him, bringing along a gust of wind as it condensed into an invisible giant sword. Just the aura that was faintly released was enough to make a half-emperor expert's expression change. Sect leaders, just the pressure from all of you earlier is already enough for Xiao Yan to endure. Moreover, sect leader Wu has personally attacked Xiao Yan. Currently, he is already seriously injured. What else do you want from him? Luo Jin said angrily with a gloomy expression. His sharp eyes were filled with anger. He originally thought that these guys would leave after being threatened enough. Who would have thought that they would go around looking for trouble with Xiao Yan? It seems that the 4 sects have been living peacefully for too long and have forgotten about my Yunin Pavilion. Luo Jin's expression was gloomy as he said in a cold tone. Sect leader, you don't have to use these words to threaten us. This is a matter between our 4 sects and Xiao Yan. Moreover, we won't kill him. After all, we can't not give face to the pavilion leader. Hearing this, the corner of Qin Jin's mouth curled into a smile. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as he stared at Xiao Yan. He continued in a cold tone. Therefore, for the sake of our 4 sects' reputation and for the sake of the pavilion leader's reputation, Xiao Yan, as long as you can receive a palm from each of us, I won't mention anything that happened between us today. As his voice fell, Qin Jin took a step forward. Between the opening and closing of his right palm, surging Doqi energy continuously gushed out from his palm. I can't help but want to attack. Wu Jitian had a sinister smile on his face. His scarlet tongue licked his lips in a bloodthirsty manner. As he waved his huge fist, it rubbed against the air and squeezed it, emitting a muffled sound. Xiao Yan, I've only used 20% of my strength. This is enough to seriously injure a 9-star half-martial emperor. I want to see how strong you, whose strength has exceeded your own cultivation, are. The 4 sect leaders are well-known figures in the Western region. Why are you guys ganging up on a seriously injured person? Moreover, you guys are bullying a 5-star half-martial emperor. I'm afraid that all of you have already lost all your face. Luo Jin's expression was solemn. If he couldn't use other methods to stop the 4 people in front of him, Xiao Yan would still be in danger. At this moment, even his Yunin Pavilion's prestige was unable to stop the 4 of them. With Xiao Yan's current condition, facing 4 high-level Do Di, even if Xiao Yan didn't die in the end, the damage they would cause to Xiao Yan would be enough to destroy Xiao Yan's cultivation talent. If there were serious and irreversible consequences, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan to progress in his cultivation for the rest of his life. We can save our face. However, if we lose the hearts of the people, wouldn't it destroy our sect? So, Xiao Yan, are you going to accept or not? Ah, kid, are you afraid? If that's the case, then quickly hand over the Sky Annihilation Steps. Ah, little friend Xiao Yan, this old man will still say the same thing. Your life is more important than anything else. If you have the Sky Annihilation Steps, or if you know the location of the Sky Annihilation Steps, then tell us. Wouldn't today's matter be avoided? The words from the four of them were like cannons. They were either mocking or persuading. However, their goal was all for the Sky Annihilation Steps. Today, their goal was either to obtain the Sky Annihilation Steps or to cripple Xiao Yan. Luo Jin's heart was incomparably clear about this point. However, just as Luo Jin was about to open his mouth and try to salvage the situation, his expression suddenly changed. Xiao Yan's palm had actually forcefully patted his shoulder, forcefully stopping the words that were about to come out of his mouth. All right, I accept. For palms it is. Chapter 372. Brat, you are really straightforward. Since that is the case, eat my fish first. Seeing Xiao Yan nod his head in agreement, Wu Jitian immediately let out a cold laugh. He clenched his right fist tightly and stomped his foot in the air, intending to charge toward Xiao Yan. Wait! However, in the next moment, Luo Jin let out a cold cry with a stern expression and stopped Wu Jitian, who was about to make a move. Wu Jitian, who had paused his body, instantly returned to a gloomy expression. He glanced at Luo Jin with an impatient expression between his brows. After which, his gaze darkly stared at Xiao Yan. In response to this, Xiao Yan's pale face appeared calm. However, under that calmness, there was an unfathomable seriousness. Luo Jin directly ignored Wu Jitian. He turned his gaze and met Xiao Yan's eyes. He frowned and said in a deep voice, Brother Xiao, I know that your strength is much greater than your current cultivation level. However, regardless of how it is put, the person you are facing today is a dignified elite Dodi. This kind of strong person is not someone that you can block. Moreover, you are currently not in your best condition. Even if you were in your peak condition, you would not be a match for them. Instead of fighting them head-on, you should leave this matter to me. With me around today, they will definitely not be able to hurt you. As Luo Jin's words sounded, the expressions of Wu Jitian and the others behind him involuntarily changed. They involuntarily revealed a tinge of anger when they looked at Luo Jin. However, at the same time, there was more fear in their eyes. Luo Jin had indeed angered them. However, what he said was true. The Union Pavilion was extremely powerful. If Luo Jin really insisted on protecting Xiao Yan, they would definitely not be able to bring Xiao Yan away even if they forcefully took action today. The strength of the Union Pavilion was far more terrifying than they had imagined. However, in response to Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yan shook his head gratefully, expressing his refusal. Xiao Yan was naturally aware of the strength of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. However, at the same time, he also knew that there were many things that he needed to think of ways to resolve by himself. The world was so big that he could not rely on others for everything. When he thought about it, just how many people had he relied on during his journey? He could not continue to rely on them. Growth was a process. The reason why he relied on it was because he was immature. Just like how Xiao Yan relied on Yao Lao in the past, it was precisely because he was immature that he constantly relied on others. However, the current Xiao Yan, if possible, would absolutely not rely on anyone. Because he was deeply aware that in this world where strength was respected, he couldn't rely on anyone, nor could he rely on anyone. The only person he could rely on was himself. If you can become a shoulder for others to lean on, why would you need to rely on others? Let me do it. Thank you for sincerely helping me, my brother. The word brother caused Luo Jin's eyes to narrow slightly, and the tip of his nose couldn't help but feel a little sour. He clearly knew Xiao Yan's current situation. If he relied on himself, it would be difficult for him to defeat him, let alone face a Do Di. Facing the 4 people in front of him, Xiao Yan had almost no chance of success. Even so, he still had to face them alone. Xiao Yan, don't force yourself. Ha, didn't I say that they won't kill me? If I die, their sect will be gone. So, don't worry, nothing will happen. Just as Luo Jin's words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's face was pale as he looked at Luo Jin with a weak smile. Humph, that's more like a man. I almost thought that you would be like a little girl, hiding behind the pavilion leader and not daring to come out. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Yan walk out from behind Luo Jin, the smile on Wu Jitian's face became even wider. The ferocious smile on his face caused people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Slowly closing his eyes, Xiao Yan opened his mouth slightly and slowly exhaled. After a few breaths, the moment Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, a brilliant flame instantly flashed across his eyes. The empty space in front of him also became distorted. Xiao Yan beckoned with his large hand. The moment the sharp sound of rushing wind appeared, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in Xiao Yan's palm. Feeling the weight from the heavy ruler, Xiao Yan's expression became solemn. The hand that held the heavy Xian ruler involuntarily sank a little. This kind of strenuous feeling was something he hadn't felt for many years. Feeling the familiar feeling under his hand, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his gaze. Only then did his dark black eyes look at Wu Jitian. The corner of his mouth curled, revealing a row of snow-white teeth as he coldly laughed. You clearly have the strength to fight again, but you chose to retreat. That's not what a man should do. Since you want to test my strength, then bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's arm shook violently. The giant ruler in his hand danced in front of him. The whistling sound of rushing wind was accompanied by a heavy wind pressure, crushing the gravel under his feet once again. Humph. You've got guts, kid. Since you've spoken, then I won't hold back. Take my punch. With a loud roar, Wu Jitian's bear-like muscular body suddenly charged forward. His fists, which were half the size of a basketball, danced in the wind and blasted invisible air cannonballs in the empty space. Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, they flew towards Xiao Yan violently. Big Dipper Fist. Haha, kid, I've only used 20% of my strength in this punch. Don't die because you can't take it. If that happens, don't blame me. Wu Jitian's loud laughter reverberated in the sky above Green City. Anyone who heard his laughter could not help but have a slight change in their expression. The Big Dipper Fist was one of Wu Jitian's famous Do techniques. Although it was no longer that era, it was still a Tian-class high-level Do technique. Under Wu Jitian's control, the might of this punch was not any weaker than a human-class Do technique. If this punch landed on Xiao Yan's body, even if he did not die, it was likely that not many bones in his body would be intact. Xiao Yan's heart did not dare to be careless in the face of this. After all, the other party was an elite Do Di. Regardless of how one looked at it, the other party was at least a couple of times stronger than him. Regardless of what class this Do skill was, as long as it was displayed by an elite Do Di, it must not be underestimated. As the giant ruler was waved, the Do Chi within the vortex in Xiao Yan's body crazily surged out. The Do Chi churned and the heavenly flame fluttered. The pitch-black giant ruler was quickly wrapped by the beautiful, heavenly flame. Facing a Do Di, an ordinary Do technique was no longer able to resist. In order to block Wu Jitian's punch, Xiao Yan had to go all out. Ha! 7-layered. Sky. Breaking. Ruler. After his stern cry sounded, Xiao Yan's toes pressed gently on the ground. A lightning glow flashed and Xiao Yan had already appeared high in the sky. His arms shook and the pitch-black giant ruler was suddenly waved. Under the continuous wave of Xiao Yan's hand, 7 frightening ruler glows shot out from the giant ruler in a short couple of breaths. One after another, the 7 ruler glows merged and their might filled the sky and penetrated the 9 heavens. At the same time, the frightening aura on Wu Jitian's fist that shook one's soul suddenly soared. Although Wu Jitian did not use his full strength, this was sufficient to cause Xiao Yan to have difficulty dealing with him. The surrounding crowd swiftly scattered when they saw that an intense collision was about to erupt. Numerous solemn gazes focused on Xiao Yan and Wu Jitian. The hearts of countless people were shocked by the terror of the 2 people in front of them. Bang! The next moment, an intense explosion sounded and a frightening energy storm violently swept out in all directions with the point where the 2 of them had collided in the middle. Countless people in the sky and on the ground revealed shocked gazes as they watched this scene in the sky. A shock that could not be described with words surged onto their faces. Is this the strength of an elite Do-Di? When the energy storm scattered, everyone focused their eyes and looked over. Their eyes involuntarily became startled. At this moment, there was only Wu Jitian alone in the sky. There was no sign of Xiao Yan. Luo Jin's heart involuntarily tightened when he saw this scene. Could it be that Xiao Yan had already been by Wu Jitian during the collision earlier? A fury immediately rose in Luo Jin's heart when he thought of this. The Do-Chi within his body was swiftly raised and he was just about to move. However, at the next moment, a voice that carried an intense cough was suddenly transmitted over from the sky. Cough cough, an elite Do-Di is only a so-so, again. Chapter 373. In the ruins, Xiao Yan stood up in a sorry state. He held the giant ruler with one hand and his eyes were filled with malevolence. Although the previous attack was strenuous, it was fortunate that the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler had stopped Xiao Yan's injuries. In addition, Xiao Yan was protected by the Great Wave Veil. Even though he was severely injured, it was not to the point where he was on the brink of death. In the air, Luo Jin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Yan climb up from the ruins. No matter what, it was fine as long as Xiao Yan was alive. Otherwise, he would have annihilated the 4 sects in a fit of rage. Cough cough, Xiao Yan stood up with great difficulty. His mouth involuntarily began to cough intensely. At this moment, fresh blood was coughed out along with some fragments of his internal organs. Xiao Yan's originally pale face had become incomparably pale at this moment. Humph. Kid, the fact that you were able to block this punch of yours truly has indeed caused me to be incomparably shocked. However, just this strike alone is sufficient to cause you to lose all of your remaining combat strength. What qualifications do you think you have to spout such arrogant words about fighting again? Humph, are you trying to show off because the pavilion master is around? Do you really think that we don't dare to kill you? Is that why you boast so shamelessly? Chen Zhen's lips curled when he heard Wu Jitian's disdainful snort. He stared coldly at Xiao Yan with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Although they had promised Luo Jin that they would not kill Xiao Yan, they could not be blamed if Xiao Yan could not withstand the 4 attacks and died. After all, they had given Xiao Yan the leeway to choose before this. Moreover, this was the result of his own choice. Life and death were decided by fate. As long as the strength that the 4 of them used did not exceed 20% of their strength, Xiao Yan's life and death would not have much to do with them. Of course, Luo Jin naturally would not think that way. However, this was the common reason why the 4 sects wanted to kill Xiao Yan. Cough cough, a cold smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face as blood continued to flow from his mouth. His throat rolled as he swallowed the pill in his mouth. Immediately, a gentle energy rapidly spread through Xiao Yan's body, healing his injuries. Ha, Your Excellency's punch is neither painful nor itchy to me, so how could I not have the strength to fight? Brat, you're courting death. Hearing the mocking words from Xiao Yan's mouth, a furious flame rose in Wu Jitian's heart. His hand once again clenched into a fist as he prepared to attack Xiao Yan. Hee, sect leader Wu, please don't be angry. He's just using his tongue. Just let him be. However, your punch has already passed. Next, I wonder who will make the first move. Chen Zhen laughed softly and stopped the enraged Wu Jitian. After which, he turned his gaze and looked at Jian Ming and Yi Luotian. Sect leader Qin, please don't look at me first. This old man is a soft-hearted person. I'll be the last one. Those who want to kill can go first. Yi Luotian chuckled when he saw Chen Zhen looking at him. However, he took a step back as if he was an outsider. When Jian Ming saw the two of them looking at him, he could not help but curse the old fox in his heart. He snorted coldly and turned his head to look at Xiao Yan. Little brat, since sect leader Wu's fist didn't make you feel any pain, then I'll use my sword to test if your bones are as hard as iron like your mouth. Jian Ming placed two of his fingers together and waved them. A sword hum reverberated throughout the sky, seeping into one's heart. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened when he heard this. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. The veins on the back of his hand were exposed. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, tightened a little. The little remaining dou qi in his body moved with his heart at this moment and gathered in Xiao Yan's palm. As long as Xiao Yan thought about it, the enormous ruler in his hand would once again unleash a shocking strength that even a 9-star half-DD would not dare to underestimate. Sect leader Jian, feel free to come. This little one will receive all of it. Good brat. You have guts. Jian Ming's eyes involuntarily brightened when he looked at Xiao Yan. His mouth involuntarily praised. It was true that Xiao Yan was their enemy, but his training talent and his achievements were sufficient to cause them, elite Dou Di, to regard him seriously. It would be fine if Xiao Yan died in the hands of the four of them today. However, if not, it was likely that Xiao Yan's achievements in the future would only surpass or even surpass the four of them. Sword, come. Jian Ming let out a stern cry. His right hand shook forcefully. As dou qi poured out, numerous flying swords shot out from the tip of his finger, transforming into a long dragon that was completely agglomerated from a countless number of long swords that soared through the sky. The dragon soared through the sky, twisting and turning in the sky. Its aura was frightening. An invisible sword intent spread out from the body of this enormous long dragon, causing the space around it to repeatedly form wave after wave of spatial ripples that swiftly spread apart. Each time those sword intents landed on the ground, numerous enormous sword scars would be formed on the ground. Even the surrounding crowd was nearly implicated. Xiao Yan, this is the 5th move of my 7-sword skill, 10,000 swords agglomerate. If you are able to block it, I, Jian Ming, will immediately turn around and leave. Jian Ming's eyes focused as he stared at Xiao Yan. His face was stern as he spoke in a deep voice. Good. Come. Let me see just how strong the Sky Sword Sect, which uses the sword as its sect among the 4 great sects, is. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. He waved his arm and waved the huge ruler as he spoke in a stern voice. Brat, how arrogant. Take this. Jian Ming waved his arm and pointed his sword at Xiao Yan. In the sky, the enormous long dragon opened its mouth. Immediately, countless number of long swords that were agglomerated from dou qi shot out and ruthlessly shot toward Xiao Yan. 6-joint body flowing ruler. 6-joint fire. Xiao Yan let out an explosive cry as he waved both of his hands. The huge ruler danced along with it. As the huge ruler danced swiftly, numerous ruler shadows gradually agglomerated into a circular shield around Xiao Yan's body, protecting him within it. At the same time, a terrifying, heavenly flame covered the ruler glow. Numerous heavenly flames ruler glows shot out and met the flying swords that were shooting toward Xiaoyan. Bang! 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 Seeing that his flying swords were actually unable to swiftly break Xiaoyan's defense, Jianming involuntarily felt a little surprised in his heart. Soon after, however, a cold smile surfaced on his face. The defense of Xiaoyan's six-joint body flowing ruler was not weak. Unfortunately, the other party was after all an elite Dou-Di. Additionally, the flying swords in the huge dragon's mouth were endless. Compared to Xiaoyan, whose Dou-Qi was currently weak, Jianming had an advantage in every aspect. Within a short moment, Xiaoyan's six-joint body flowing ruler had already been suppressed. The six-joint fire was no longer able to be shot out. The countless number of flying swords repeatedly and violently smashed into the ruler's shield that was agglomerated from the countless number of ruler's shadows. Under this endless barrage, Xiaoyan forcefully endured for nearly 2 hours. The thick ruler's shadows also became increasingly thin. Even Xiaoyan's arms were gradually becoming numb under the endless barrage. The six-joint body flowing ruler was already unable to continue enduring. Humph, brat, this D's 10,000 swords agglomerate technique is endless unless the sword dragon is broken. You are no match for it. With this technique, regardless of how strong your defense is, this D will be able to wear you down to death even if you have to wear it down. Seeing that Xiaoyan was about to be unable to endure any longer, Jianming involuntarily laughed coldly. Grog. This continued until a certain moment when the pale-faced Xiaoyan was finally unable to endure this endless barrage of attacks. The instant the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand left his hand, the incomparably firm six-joint body-flowing ruler from a moment ago was suddenly broken apart. Countless number of long swords violently pierced towards Xiaoyan's body. The cold glint was biting cold. The extremely cold edge of the sword caused one to shudder. It only took an instant for these long swords to land on Xiaoyan's body. Regardless of how frightening his strength was, he would definitely die. At this moment, Luo Jin, whose face had just recovered some redness, involuntarily turned gloomy. Chapter 374. When the dust fog scattered, everyone could only see that the countless number of long swords were inserted into the ground. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had been completely torn apart by the bombardment of the countless number of long swords until nothing remained. Humph, Xiaoyan, this D has already said that you will definitely not be able to block this attack of this D. With your strength, even 20% of my strength is enough to, That's not right. Jianming's expression suddenly changed before his voice sounded. His brows were immediately knit together. His gaze focused on the ground that was covered by the countless number of long swords. There was nothing at that spot other than the soil that was repeatedly lifted by the enormous strength of the long swords. Logically speaking, if Xiaoyan had died from that attack earlier, his fresh blood should have scattered all over the ground. However, what was going on with his current appearance? Could it be that Xiaoyan had not died? Jianming's sharp eyes involuntarily hardened when he thought of this. A great storm suddenly rose within his heart at this moment. Being able to dodge his attack in front of an 8-star Dou-Di without anyone noticing. Was this really something that a 5-star Bandi could do? Don't tell me that it is the Sky Absolute Step. However, Jianming's face once again revealed a joy the next moment. If it was the Sky Absolute Step, this was the best news for them. Similarly, the other few people behind him had also thought of this at the same time that Jianming thought of this. Immediately, smiles once again appeared on the faces of the few of them. Their gazes swiftly rotated as they swiftly searched for Xiaoyan's figure. In the sky. Jianming, who was searching all around for Xiaoyan, was startled. He could clearly sense that an extremely weak aura had suddenly appeared in the sky at the same level as his sword dragon. Xiaoyan. Jianming suddenly raised his head. Xiao Yan's figure slowly appeared from the empty space in front of his eyes. The black curtain behind him scattered and his aura had once again weakened. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yan, you have finally been unable to resist using the Sky Absolute Step. Jian Ming's face was wild as he laughed out loud. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and the long dragon in the sky suddenly turned around. It faced Xiao Yan. Once Jian Ming gave the order, countless number of long swords would shoot out and instantly turn Xiao Yan into a beehive. No, this is not the Sky Absolute Step. However, just as Jian Ming's voice sounded, a somewhat solemn voice was emitted from Qin Zhen's mouth behind her. Jian Ming was not the only one who was stunned. Even Wu Jitian and Yi Luo Tian, who were beside Qin Zhen, could not help but be slightly taken aback. Not the Sky Extinction Steps. Being able to dodge Jian Ming's attack at a critical moment. This kind of strange speed was naturally impossible for Xiao Yan to achieve with his current strength. Since this was the case, the only possibility was the Sky Extinction Step. However, what did Qin Zhen's words mean? Appearing to have seen the doubt in the hearts of the few of them, Qin Zhen narrowed his eyes. He stared at Xiao Yan in the sky and exhaled a deep breath. A moment later, he finally opened his mouth and spoke one word at a time. What this brat used earlier was not the Sky Absolute Step. Although the Sky Absolute Step is extremely fast, it is impossible for it to not leave any traces in front of us. Wu Jitian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. This was not bad. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was impossible for him to not leave any traces when using the Sky Absolute Step in front of them. But since that was the case, what was going on? Qin Zhen, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't dilly-dally. The corners of Wu Jitian's mouth twitched as he spoke somewhat impatiently. I didn't mean to speak so slowly. It's just that this answer might shock all of you. After all, even I, who just realized this, felt a storm in my heart. Qin Zhen stared intently at Xiao Yan. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. What he used earlier was not the Sky Absolute Step, but the power of the Great Way. The expressions of a countless number of people changed when these words were uttered. Regardless of whether it was the surrounding crowd, the many Bandi experts standing in the distant sky, Wu Jitian and Yi Luo Tian standing beside Qin Zhen at this moment, or even Jian Ming, who was preparing to attack Xiao Yan, a great storm rose in their hearts at this moment. The power of the Great Way. A half-emperor using the power of the Great Way. The four of them had never heard of this in their lifetime experience. A half-emperor was actually able to comprehend the power of the Great Way. What kind of genius was this? It was no wonder that Xiao Yan would be targeted by the ghost hole. If they could not use him, they would destroy him. This was the way the ghost hall had always done things. However, while the emotions of the four of them were changing, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a muffled groan in the sky. Then, with a puff, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura rapidly declined. Forcefully condensing the power of the Great Way was an unbearable consumption for Xiao Yan, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, if Jian Ming attacked again, he would probably not have the strength to fight back. This kid is indeed extraordinary. No matter what, I can't let him go today. Sword Dragon, tear him apart. Jian Ming said in his heart, and a ruthless expression suddenly surged onto his face. He waved his hand, and as sword intent surged, he roared sternly at the sword dragon in the sky. As soon as the roar fell, the huge body of the long dragon in the sky suddenly shook, and a vast sword intent swept out like a wave in the sky. At the same time, the sword dragon's body moved, and it instantly charged towards Xiao Yan with a terrifying sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the sword dragon had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. The huge dragon body shook, and two huge dragon claws condensed from countless long swords slashed down fiercely at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan could not dodge this attack at all. Before the dragon claw arrived, the frightening sword aura had already swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan's physical body was not afraid of these sword auras, the piercing pain that was repeatedly transmitted from his body caused Xiao Yan's face to involuntarily become a little distorted. The next moment, the dragon claw with a frightening might had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. An invisible sword aura mercilessly tore through the empty space. A countless number of sword shadows agglomerated together like a huge umbrella that completely covered Xiao Yan's body. Once this attack landed, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not even be able to find his corpse. In the next moment, under the joyful gazes of Qin Zhen and the others, as well as Luo Jin, who was ready to make a move on the other side, the huge dragon claws in the sky carried a terrifying wind pressure and slashed down fiercely at Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a grayish expression as he faced the dragon claw that was swiftly approaching his head. He finally sensed an aura of death under this dragon claw. He did not doubt that if this thing were to land, forget about his physical body, he would not even be able to protect his soul. However, the moment the dragon claws were about to land on Xiao Yan's head, roar. Chapter 375. Roar. An earth-shaking roar resounded endlessly through the heavens and earth. Everyone felt a buzzing sound exploding in their heads. Even the half-martial emperors had grave expressions on their faces and turned pale. There was no need to mention those below the half-martial emperor level. They were already lying on the ground in a mess of injuries. Roar. In the sky, Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed when he heard the earth-shaking dragon roar. When he lifted his gaze and looked at the sword dragon, the huge dragon claw formed from countless swords was violently clashing with Xiao Jin's dragon claw. Ear-piercing clanging sounds were continuously emitted as sparks flew in all directions. Xiao Jin. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He had originally controlled the North King with his mind to make a last stand. However, he did not expect that Xiao Jin would be the one to block it in the end. Clang! 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 The intense collisions did not stop. Sparks that were as beautiful as stars sprinkled down like a rain of fire. Xiao Jin's huge body twisted as it violently collided with the sword dragon in front of it. Its body, which was already riddled with injuries, was covered with sword scars in the process of colliding with the sword dragon. Pieces of dragon scales with a dim golden glow slid down from Xiao Jin's body. Fresh blood splattered. Fresh blood that still carried some warmth drifted and landed on Xiao Yan's face. The thick smell of blood caused Xiao Yan's expression to gradually turn gloomy. His powerless hands under his sleeves were once again tightly clenched. With a thought from Xiao Yan, the North King's body shot out like a cannonball. It stepped through the air and instantly arrived at the sword dragon's abdomen. It waved its iron fist and shattered many of the swords on the dragon's body with a single punch. The North King, who had just recovered from its injuries, attacked the sword dragon in front of it with all its strength. Even though it used all its strength, the huge gap in strength made all of its actions seem like a drop in the bucket. Without a powerful attack, it would be very difficult to shatter the sword dragon. Brat, if you want to break this sword dragon, attack its head. That is the core of the sword dragon controlled by the Dodi. If you break it, this sword dragon will be destroyed. While Xiao Yan was at his wit's end, Guyu's voice was finally emitted from within his body. The moment he opened his mouth, he informed Xiao Yan of the sword dragon's weakness. Xiao Yan secretly nodded. He raised his gaze and looked at the sword dragon. The next moment, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but sink slightly. Although the sword dragon's head was its weakness, at the same time, it was also the place that the sword dragon guarded the most. Over there, no matter which direction Xiao Yan attacked from, he would be sensed by the sword dragon. Furthermore, with Jian Ming's control, it was impossible to break through the sword dragon. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became a little heavy when he thought of this. At the same time, he was also aware of the situation he was currently facing. This was the only path he could take if he wanted to break the sword dragon. Otherwise, if this continued, not only would something happen to him, but it was likely that even Xiao Jin would be implicated. No matter what, he had to go all out and give it a try. Xiao Yan's eyes were sharp as he stared at the enormous sword dragon in front of him. His throat rolled as he swallowed another 2D-tier medicinal pills into his stomach. Following the spread of the medicinal strength, a powerful aura swiftly gathered within Xiao Yan's body. Jianming below involuntarily emitted a cold snort when he saw the sudden unexpected change in the sky. A thought passed through his heart, and the aura of the sword dragon, which was clashing with Xiao Jin, suddenly soared. The originally barely balanced battle situation was also broken at this moment. The sword dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar as countless sword beams shot out from its enormous dragon claws. Sharp sword beams shot out from its entire body as it ruthlessly slashed at Xiao Jin's body. In an instant, Xiao Jin, who was facing the enemy head-on, could not avoid being slashed by the sword glows. Numerous shallow and deep sword scars repeatedly smashed onto Xiao Jin's body like raindrops. Fresh blood dripped from it. One could even vaguely see the dense white bones under the cut flesh. Xiao Jin, on the other hand, continued to roar from its mouth. It continued to firmly block the sword dragon in front of it, preventing the sword glows from injuring Xiao Yan. Jianming. I already said that I will only use 20% of my strength. Do you really not put me in your eyes by doing this? Seeing this scene, Luo Jin immediately shouted angrily. He treated Xiao Yan as a friend, and Xiao Jin had a close relationship with Xiao Yan. Naturally, he would not sit back and do nothing, allowing Jianming to harm Xiao Jin. Cuckoo, Pavilion Chief must be joking. We only said that we will only use 20% of our strength when facing Xiao Yan. We did not say that we will show mercy to this beast. We are already being merciful by not killing it with one strike. You! Luo Jin was furious in his heart, but he had nothing to say. He could only turn his body, and the dou qi in his body churned as he flew over to help Xiao Jin. Cuckoo, I think that it is better for Pavilion Chief to remain here. If you move, I only need to wave my finger. Before you can fly over, that beast and Xiao Yan will likely die together. Jianming. How dare you threaten this Pavilion Chief? Hearing Jianming's dark, cold laughter, Luo Jin was finally unable to endure it any longer. He suddenly cried out angrily and waved his hand. The jade fan in his hand instantly opened and a douqi pillar shot toward Jianming. Jianming randomly dissolved Luo Jin's attack. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. He looked at Luo Jin with a calm smile and said, "Pavilion Chief, don't be angry." There is no need for Pavilion Chief to be angry. The reason why I am doing this is because I hope that I will not accidentally injure Pavilion Chief. After all, the aim of our trip this time around is only to target Xiao Yan. It has nothing to do with the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. We are indeed sorry for accidentally injuring the elders of your pavilion earlier. However, we hope that Pavilion Chief can give in on the matter of Xiao Yan. The reason why Jianming was afraid of the Yunin Pavilion was because of the faction behind the Yunin Pavilion. Currently, Luo Jin was alone. Without the support of that person, he was merely an ordinary 8-star half-emperor. In Jianming's opinion, if he really wanted to kill a half-emperor, it would only take a single thought. It was not enough to reach the apex. Humph. This Pavilion Chief will still say the same thing. If anything happens to Xiao Yan today, the four of you, along with your sects, must disappear together. Luo Jin's chest rose and fell intensely as he roared angrily at Jianming. Jianming frowned tightly. No matter what, he was still afraid of Luo Jin's threat. The others also frowned once again. However, when they shot their gazes toward Xiao Yan, they could not help but think of the sky extinction steps. This was a great opportunity related to the sky extinction ancient tomb. No matter what, they could not easily let it go. In the sky, bright red blood continued to pour down, completely dyeing Xiao Yan, who was behind Xiao Jin, into a blood person. The furious roar gradually weakened and turned into a hoarse low roar. The roar was filled with deep unwillingness and pain. Even so, Xiao Jin still persevered in pain. No matter what, it would use its body to block the sharp swords that wanted to harm Xiao Yan. Countless sharp swords pierced into Xiao Jin's body. Its scarlet flesh was cut open, and blood splattered everywhere. Its flesh and blood were separated, and the eerie white bones reflected a cold luster, causing one's heart to turn even colder. Humph, even if I can't kill Xiao Yan today, I definitely can't let him leave Green City unscathed. If I can't kill him, then I'll cut off one of your arms. He. Jianming's expression was gloomy as he sneered in his heart. Everyone raised their gazes and looked at the battle circle in the sky. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone could not help but gasp. A chill unconsciously rose in their hearts. Under the jagged sword light, Xiao Jin was already like a lamp that had run out of oil. It was because of this that it tried even harder to protect the sword dragon in front of it, blocking all the sword light on its body. It was also because of this that pieces of flesh mixed with broken bones were repeatedly sent flying from Xiao Jin's body. A portion of the sword glow was already able to penetrate Xiao Jin's body and had even nearly injured Xiao Yan. This caused Xiao Jin to go all out, hoping that it could ensure Xiao Yan's safety. The eyes of Jianming and the others below contained some envy as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing still behind Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's action caused even them to involuntarily be moved. They would probably never get a person who was willing to risk his life for them in this lifetime. Humph, this beast is really loyal. It's a pity that no matter how loyal you are, it's futile in the face of reality. However, the corners of Jianming's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He slowly raised his shriveled hands from under his sleeves and clenched them tightly the moment he let out a sinister laugh. Since you're so desperate to protect Xiao Yan, then you can die first. With a sinister laugh, Jianming's mind stirred. The sword dragon in the sky suddenly roared at the sky, letting out a deep sword cry. Following that, its huge body suddenly shook, and its dragon claws forcefully broke free from Xiao Jin's restraints. The long sword condensed, and the huge dragon claws were raised high, slashing down fiercely at Xiao Jin's head. When Luo Jin saw this, although he wanted to make a move, in the end, he lowered his head with a gloomy expression and let out a heavy sigh. In this current situation, if he were to make a move, he would definitely be stopped by Qin Zhen and the others. This would also cause the current situation to become even more chaotic. When that time came, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty surviving even with the Yunin Pavilion in front of him. At this moment, for the sake of Xiao Yan, Luo Jin could only watch helplessly regardless of how unwilling he was in his heart. Young master, Zhang Yi's voice sounded beside Luo Jin's ear. Only then did Luo Jin recover. There was still this elite Do Di by his side. Unfortunately, it was already too late at this moment. Xiao Jin was already too late to rescue him. Ugh, no matter what, we must protect brother Xiao Yan. I can only apologize for the matter of Xiao Jin in the future. As for the 4 large sects, I will definitely make them pay the price after today. Luo Jin's expression was gloomy as he lowered his head and spoke. No, young master. What the old me means is that little friend Xiao Yan seems to be a little off. Ha! Before Zhang Yi's voice sounded, Luo Jin's eyes suddenly hardened. He lifted his gaze and stared at Xiao Yan, who was standing still in the sky. At this moment, the latter was still standing in the sky without moving. The intense battle in front of him seemed to have nothing to do with him. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and his expression was calm. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin could not help but frown slightly. Given Xiao Yan's feelings for Xiao Yan, if something were to happen to the latter, Xiao Yan would definitely not ignore it like this. No matter what situation he was in, Xiao Yan would definitely not ignore Xiao Jin's life and death. Since this was the case, then what was going on with his current situation? Immediately after, Luo Jin's expression changed drastically after he probed Xiao Yan's aura. This was because even with his strength, he was unable to detect the exact aura of Xiao Yan. What is going on? In the next moment, the huge dragon claw in the sky viciously hacked down on Xiao Yan's head, the quiet and unmoving Xiao Yan finally opened his eyes at this moment. At this moment, golden light shot out. Heavenly flames that covered the sky swiftly swept across the sky with Xiao Yan at the center. King Kong Glass Body. Chapter 376. Die. The frightening wind from the fist violently struck Jian Ming's face. At the same time that it brought about waves of piercing pain, it also caused him to feel suffocated. However, Jian Ming's face appeared incomparably calm in the face of Xiao Yan's all-out attack. Even though the enormous golden fist had already covered all of his vision, Jian Ming still remained indifferent. Bang! The next moment, a clear muffled sound appeared. The enormous golden-colored fist, which was a couple of times larger than Jian Ming's entire body, was forcefully stopped a couple of inches from Jian Ming's face. Regardless of how Xiao Yan used all his strength, his metal fist was unable to advance even an inch forward. What? Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. He did not expect that his all-out attack would not even be able to touch Jian Ming's body. The terror of an elite Do Di was obvious from this. Brat, your courage is commendable. However, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think that you, a mere bandit, will have the chance to hurt me? What a joke. Jian Ming involuntarily laughed out loud when he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a savage smile as he laughed sternly. You are unable to even break the protective sword aura of this D. On what basis do you say that you want to kill me? Don't tell me that you want to rely on this mouth of yours. If I don't try, how will I know if I can break it? Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he snorted coldly. He immediately waved his large hand and a dense white, heavenly flame immediately spluttered out from all over his body. It transformed into numerous lines of fire that swiftly wrapped around Jian Ming in front of him. The temperature of the place suddenly rose the moment the heavenly flame surged out. The originally neutral air suddenly became dry, causing the breathing of everyone in the city to become a little dry. This heavenly flame is a little different from the other heavenly flames in his body. Wu Jitian frowned and reached out to grab the air in front of him. He could not help but exclaim when he felt the scorching temperature in the air. Indeed, this brat is really strange. Looking at the power of his bone-chilling flame, it is obvious that it is not the main body. However, if it is compared to other seed flames, it is much stronger. Chen Zhen nodded slightly when he heard this. With his spiritual strength, the results of his investigation were clearly much clearer than Wu Jitian's. However, he was also unable to pinpoint the difference between the bone-chilling fire and the bone-chilling fire. The most mysterious thing about this little friend is how he fused the heavenly flames in his body together. Although this old man has heard of some cultivation methods that can fuse 2 or 3 heavenly flames together, to be able to fuse almost all of the heavenly flames together like this, isn't this too heaven-defying? Yi Luotian narrowed his old eyes as he stared deeply at the bone-freezing flame on Xiao Yan's body. He stroked his white beard with one hand and placed the other behind his back as he chuckled. On the other side, the dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Jian Ming, causing him to look like a fire cocoon from the outside. Although he had a sword aura protecting his body, the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame still caused Jian Ming to suffer even though he was separated by the sword aura. Moreover, under the continuous burning of the heavenly flame, Jian-Ming could clearly sense that his protective sword aura was being incessantly burned. The terror of the heavenly flame was enough to break through his protective sword aura in a short period of time. Xiao Yan also took advantage of this opportunity. His enormous body suddenly danced as his fist violently smashed against the sword aura that was wrapped by the heavenly flame. Bang! Jian-Ming's body, which was wrapped by the heavenly flame, instantly shot out like a football when the fist landed. Xiao Yan took a step forward and used the sky extinction steps once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Jian-Ming's head. His mountain-like body suddenly turned as a whip leg violently smashed against the sword aura from top to bottom. Bang! With a loud bang, Jian-Ming's body was like a cannonball as it violently smashed into the city below, stirring up dust that filled the sky. Ha! Xiao Yan roared at the sky. His body moved once again and instantly fell into the city below. Bang! 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 Hundreds of heavy hammers struck consecutively. However, the sword aura shield around Jian-Ming's body was still intact. Ha! When Xiao Yan once again threw a punch, an intense sword glow suddenly shot out from under the thin heavenly flame. The sword was pointed at Xiao Yan. The eyes of the golden giant that Xiao Yan had transformed into hardened. His body twisted and he actually dodged the sword. At the same time, his other idle left hand suddenly clenched into a fist as it violently smashed towards Jian-Ming. Bang! Ha! Unlike before, this time, the huge fist that Xiao Yan had thrown out was blocked by an arm that was as thin as a chopstick. It was Jian-Ming. Humph, Xiao Yan, this emperor gave you 500 moves. Unfortunately, you were unable to break through this emperor's protective sword aura. You have let this emperor down, roar. Before Jian-Ming could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan suddenly extended his right hand. As if he was catching a loach, he grabbed Jian-Ming, who had yet to finish speaking, in his palm. Octane blast. A thunderous roar spread out. A terrifying aura condensed into an invisible storm that swept away all the gravel and dust within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan also raised his right fist that was holding Jian-Ming. When the latter regained his senses, he fiercely smashed his fist into the huge pit in front of him. Following the shout, when Jian-Ming regained his senses, Xiao Yan had already thrown out dozens of punches. Bang! Once again, the attack from Xiao Yan's hand was blocked by Jian-Ming. Jian-Ming blocked Xiao Yan's attack with one hand. He looked at the sword aura that was wrapped around his body and was on the verge of shattering. He could not help but be shocked by Xiao Yan's violence. With just his flesh and blood, he was able to unleash such a terrifying attack that almost shattered his protective sword aura. In his knowledge, other than Wu Jitian, no one else could compare to such a terrifying physical cultivation. Humph, Xiao Yan, you have really caused this deed to look at you in a different light. Octane blast. Bang! Xiao Yan's attack was once again blocked by Jian-Ming. The latter snorted coldly and laughed ruthlessly. What, after the first time, do you still expect a second time? Bang! Even though Jian-Ming's heart was filled with disdain and ridicule, Xiao Yan once again ruthlessly kicked his face just as the words were about to leave his mouth. This time around, not only was Jian-Ming sent flying, but even the protective sword aura around him was finally broken. Seeing this scene, not only the surrounding crowd, but even Wu Jitian and the others in the distance could not help but feel stunned in their hearts. Jian-Ming had expected that Xiao Yan would use both his fists. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he still had a pair of legs that were even more overbearing. This time around, Jian-Ming had indeed thought too highly of himself and had been careless. Otherwise, with his strength as a Dou-Di, how could Xiao Yan have caused him to repeatedly suffer losses? It was because Jian-Ming had looked down on his enemy that he had repeatedly been defeated by Xiao Yan. At the end of the day, this could be considered as him asking for it. Bastard! Do you really think that you are able to contend against this D? This kick had broken through Jianming's protective sword aura and also seemed to have completely awakened him. Finally, a terrifying aura that had been suppressed for a long time swiftly swept out in all directions with Jianming's body as the epicenter when Jianming stood up unscathed. At the same time his voice sounded, for enormous swords that towered into the sky also swiftly rose from the ground around Xiao Yan's body, surrounding him within. Surrounded by walls, Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked at the sky above. That was his only way out at this moment. Xiao Yan's feet arched slightly as he prepared to jump out of the cage. Trying to hide. It won't be so easy. Having already seen through Xiao Yan's intention, Jianming coldly snorted. The seal in his hand changed and another enormous sword swiftly formed above Xiao Yan's head. It was just waiting for Jianming's order to cut Xiao Yan in half. 6th Style, Sword Seal. Chapter 377. Die. The frightening wind from the fist violently struck Jianming's face. At the same time that it brought about waves of piercing pain, it also caused him to feel suffocated. However, Jianming's face appeared incomparably calm in the face of Xiao Yan's all-out attack. Even though the enormous golden fist had already covered all of his vision, Jianming still remained indifferent. Bang! The next moment, a clear muffled sound appeared. The enormous golden-colored fist, which was a couple of times larger than Jianming's entire body, was forcefully stopped a couple of inches from Jianming's face. Regardless of how Xiao Yan used all his strength, his metal fist was unable to advance even an inch forward. What? Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. He did not expect that his all-out attack would not even be able to touch Jianming's body. The terror of an elite Do Di was obvious from this. Brat, your courage is commendable. However, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Do you think that you, a mere bandit, have the chance to hurt me? What a joke. Jianming involuntarily laughed out loud when he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a savage smile as he laughed sternly. You are unable to even break the protective sword aura of this D. On what basis do you say that you want to kill me? Don't tell me that you want to rely on this mouth of yours. If I don't try, how would I know if I can break it? Xiao Yan's expression was solemn as he snorted coldly. He immediately waved his large hand and a dense white, heavenly flame immediately spluttered out from all over his body. It transformed into numerous lines of fire that swiftly wrapped around Jianming in front of him. The temperature of the place suddenly rose the moment the heavenly flame surged out. The originally neutral air suddenly became dry, causing the breathing of everyone in the city to become a little dry. This heavenly flame is a little different from the other heavenly flames in his body. Wu Jitian frowned and reached out to grab the air in front of him. He could not help but exclaim when he felt the scorching temperature in the air. Indeed, this brat is really strange. Looking at the power of his bone-chilling flame, it is obvious that it is not the main body. However, if it is compared to other seed flames, it is much stronger. Chen Jin nodded slightly when he heard this. With his spiritual strength, the results of his investigation were clearly much clearer than Wu Jitian's. However, he was also unable to pinpoint the difference between the bone-chilling fire and the bone-chilling fire. The most mysterious thing about this little friend is how he fused the heavenly flames in his body together. Although this old man has heard of some cultivation methods that can fuse 2 or 3 heavenly flames together, to be able to fuse almost all of the heavenly flames together like this, isn't this too heaven-defying? Yi Luotian narrowed his old eyes as he stared deeply at the bone-freezing flame on Xiao Yan's body. He stroked his white beard with one hand and placed the other behind his back as he chuckled. On the other side, the dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Jianming, causing him to appear like a fire cocoon from the outside. Although he had a sword aura protecting his body, the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame still caused Jianming to suffer even though he was separated by the sword aura. Moreover, under the continuous burning of the heavenly flame, Jianming could clearly sense that his protective sword aura was being continuously burned. The frightening heavenly flame was enough to break through his protective sword aura in a short period of time. Xiao Yan also took advantage of this opportunity. His enormous body suddenly danced as a fist violently smashed against the sword aura that was wrapped by the heavenly flame. Bang! Jianming's body, which was wrapped by the heavenly flame, instantly shot out like a football when the fist landed. Xiao Yan took a step forward and used the sky extinction steps once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Jianming's head. His mountain-like body suddenly turned as a whip leg violently smashed against the sword aura from top to bottom. Bang! With a loud bang, Jianming's body was like a cannonball as it violently smashed into the city below, stirring up dust that filled the sky. Ha! Xiao Yan roared at the sky. His body moved once again and instantly fell into the city below. Bang! 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 Hundreds of heavy hammers struck consecutively. However, the sword aura shield around Jianming's body was still intact. Ha! When Xiao Yan once again threw a punch, an intense sword glow suddenly shot out from under the thin heavenly flame. The sword was pointed at Xiao Yan. The eyes of the golden giant that Xiao Yan had transformed into hardened. His body twisted and he actually dodged the sword. At the same time, his other idle left hand suddenly clenched into a fist and violently smashed towards Jianming. Bang! Ha! Unlike before, this time, the huge fist that Xiao Yan had thrown out was blocked by an arm that was as thin as a chopstick. It was Jianming. Humph, Xiao Yan, this emperor gave you 500 moves. Unfortunately, you were unable to break through this emperor's protective sword aura. You have let this emperor down, roar. Before Jianming could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan suddenly extended his right hand. As if he was catching a loach, he grabbed Jianming, who had yet to finish speaking, in his palm. Octane blast. A thunderous roar spread out. A terrifying aura condensed into an invisible storm that swept away all the gravel and dust within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan also raised his right fist that was holding Jianming. When the latter regained his senses, he fiercely smashed his fist into the huge pit in front of him. Following the shout, when Jianming regained his senses, Xiao Yan had already thrown out dozens of punches. Bang! Once again, the attack from Xiao Yan's hand was blocked by Jianming. Jianming blocked Xiao Yan's attack with one hand and looked at the sword aura that was on the verge of shattering around him. He could not help but be shocked by Xiao Yan's violence. With just a body of flesh and blood, he was able to unleash such a terrifying attack that almost shattered his protective sword aura. In his knowledge, other than Wu Jitian, no one else could compare to such a terrifying physical cultivation. Humph, Xiao Yan, you have really caused this deed to look at you in a different light. Octane blast. Bang! Xiao Yan's attack was once again blocked by Jianming. The latter snorted coldly and laughed ruthlessly. What, after the first time, do you still expect a second time? Bang! Even though Jianming's heart was filled with disdain and ridicule, Xiao Yan once again ruthlessly kicked his face just as the words were about to leave his mouth. This time around, not only was Jianming sent flying, but even the protective sword aura around him was finally broken. Seeing this scene, not only the surrounding crowd, but even Wu Jitian and the others in the distance could not help but feel stunned in their hearts. Jianming had expected that Xiao Yan would use both his fists. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Xiao Yan still had a pair of legs that were even more overbearing. This time around, Jianming had indeed thought too highly of himself and had been careless. Otherwise, with his strength as a Dou Di, how could Xiao Yan have caused him to repeatedly suffer losses? It was because Jianming had looked down on his enemy that he had repeatedly been defeated by Xiao Yan. At the end of the day, this could be considered as him asking for it. Get lost. Do you really think that you are able to contend against this D? This kick had broken through Jianming's protective sword aura and also seemed to have completely awakened him. Finally, a terrifying aura that had been suppressed for a long time swiftly swept out in all directions with Jianming's body as the epicenter when Jianming stood up unscathed. At the same time his voice sounded, for enormous swords that towered into the sky also swiftly rose from the ground around Xiao Yan's body, surrounding him within. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked at the sky above him. That was his only way out at this moment. Xiao Yan's feet arched slightly as he prepared to jump out of the cage. Trying to hide. It won't be so easy. Having already seen through Xiao Yan's intention, Jianming coldly snorted. The seal in his hand changed and another enormous sword swiftly formed above Xiao Yan's head. It was just waiting for Jianming's order to cut Xiao Yan in half. 6th Style, Sword Seal. Chapter 378. The vast and mighty sword aura spread apart like a wave under the cry. The 4 enormous swords surrounding Xiao Yan trembled intensely. The ground cracked as the invisible sword aura unleashed a frightening pressure on Xiao Yan from all directions. This was especially the case with Xiao Yan's current King Kong glass body. It was impossible for him to dodge the suppression of the sword aura. Xiao Yan's body, which had leaped upward, was involuntarily paused in midair under the encirclement of the sword aura. Attempting to charge out of the encirclement was akin to ascending to heaven. This was especially the case after the enormous sword above Xiao Yan's head was formed. It was even more impossible for Xiao Yan to dodge this attack from Jianming. Jianming. You have repeatedly challenged this pavilion chief's bottom line. Do you really think that there is no one in my Union Pavilion? Luo Jin suddenly took a step forward. Zhang Yi by his side followed closely behind. The pressure of a 2-star Do Di immediately swept out and swept toward Jianming and the others on the opposite side. Luo Jin's expression instantly became grave when he saw that Jianming had actually used the 6th move of his 7-sword skill, Sword Seal, which was famous for sealing off one's escape route. At the same time, a cluster of fierce fury suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. A pair of dark black eyes were about to spew out a scarlet flame. At this moment, the strength that Jianming had unleashed had clearly exceeded his strength by 20%. After repeatedly witnessing Xiao Yan's heaven-defying strength, Jianming clearly did not intend to let Xiao Yan leave alive. He wanted to eliminate all future troubles. If Xiao Yan did not die today, he would definitely become a great threat to their 4 sects in the future. Even if it was for the sake of their own survival, Jianming believed that Qin Zhen and the other 2 behind him would definitely not sit back and do nothing. TSK, Pavilion Chief, things have already come to this point. Don't tell me that you still hope to use your background to suppress our 4 sects. If the person behind you was here today, the 4 of us would really not dare to touch Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, Jianming's tone was dark and stern as he coldly laughed. At the same time, the Do Qi within his body swiftly surged. The 4 enormous swords that sealed Xiao Yan also glowed brightly. Wave after wave of vast and mighty pressure continued to spread from them, firmly suppressing Xiao Yan within that narrow space. Pavilion Chief, we originally did not intend to be enemies with you. As long as you do not interfere in this matter today, the 4 of us will naturally leave once we have finished off Xiao Yan. However, if you insist on using the Union Pavilion signboard to suppress us, don't blame us for fighting to the death with you. Chen Zhen's expression was cold as he faced Luo Jin. He gently stepped forward and a faint pressure spread out, completely blocking Zhang Yi's aura. At the same time, an invisible pressure turned into a circle that surrounded Zhang Yi and Luo Jin within it. In this way, any small action from the 2 of them would not be missed by Qin Zhen. It was just as Jianming had thought. Although Xiao Yan's current strength was insufficient to fight against them, his age was still there. Additionally, his strength far exceeded his own cultivation. Qianzhen did not doubt that if they allowed Xiao Yan to continue growing, it was likely that the four of them would not be a match for him in the future even if they joined forces. They had done quite a lot of things to nip any possibility of a threat in the bud. On the other side, the moment Jianming's cry sounded, the enormous sword above Xiao Yan's head emitted a dazzling white glow at this moment, causing everyone present to be unable to open their eyes. Sword seal. Under the order, the golden-colored enormous sword, which emitted a dazzling white glow, violently smashed down like a meteorite falling from the sky at this moment. Xiao Yan, who was surrounded from all sides, had no way of dodging this frightening attack. Once this sword really landed on his body, he would definitely die today. At the same time, however, a feeling of helplessness rose in Xiao Yan's heart. This attack of Jianming had displayed his true strength. Faced with an attack from an 8-star Dodi, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to block it with his current strength. Hence, if nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Yan would definitely die in Jianming's hands today. I can't care so much. No matter what happens today, I must first block these 4 lunatics. No matter what, I want Xiao Yan to live. Luo Jin was finally unable to endure any longer when he saw that Xiao Yan was in danger. He waved his hand and the greater 1-star plate, which was on the verge of shattering, once again appeared in his hand. All the Do Qi in his body poured into the greater 1-star plate in his hand at this moment. A cream-white glow immediately surged out from the star plate, transforming into numerous cream-white light ribbons that swiftly charged toward Qianzhen's aura. At the same time, Zhang Yi by the side also swiftly danced with a solemn expression. Numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed as an ancient aura swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Ha! Sensing the aura between Zhang Yi's palms, even Wu Jitian and Yi Luo Tian, who had been sitting and watching, involuntarily turned their eyes over. Clearly, even though they were high-class Do Di, they could not help but be a little moved when faced with this Do skill in Zhang Yi's hand. Spirit class Do skill, Wu Jitian's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. This Do skill is likely an extremely extraordinary existence even among the spirit class Do skills. Elder Qianzhen narrowed his eyes. This kind of Do skill was something that even they did not possess. It was unexpected that an ordinary elder of Yunin Pavilion would possess it. This also indirectly explained the strength of Yunin Pavilion to them. Silent extermination palm. Zhang Yi ignored the surprise of these few people. When the explosive cry from his mouth sounded, an enormous dark black palm immediately appeared in the empty space above his head. It carried an incomparably vast and mighty aura as it violently smashed toward Qianzhen. Even though this was the case, Qianzhen's expression remained calm. Although the spirit class Do skill was powerful, the gap in strength between him and Zhang Yi was not something that could be easily made up for with just one Do skill. A Do Di was not comparable to a Ban Di. At this level, only those who possessed truly great strength could dominate the battlefield. Cuckoo, Zhang Yi, you really make the old me envious. You, a 2-star Do Di, actually possess a spirit class Do skill. Unfortunately, although the Do skill is quite good, it is ultimately unable to unleash its true strength in your hands. Qianzhen stared enviously at the pitch-black heaven-towering palm, but a faint smile emerged from his mouth. Of course, the thing that surprises the old me the most is that since you have already displayed this Do skill, it is unexpected that you would actually point it at me. Don't tell me that you don't know that my defense is the strongest among the 4 of us. Today, the old me will let you witness the skills of a rank 5 formation master. A thought passed through Qianzhen's mind as his cold laughter sounded. Immediately, a vast and frightening spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows. It swiftly agglomerated into a mysterious large formation under Zhang Yi and Luo Jin's feet. This is bad. Quickly retreat. Luo Jin's pale face immediately changed drastically when he saw this. Although he reacted in time, it was ultimately too late. The moment Luo Jin's words left his mouth, the mysterious large golden formation had already been completely formed. Numerous golden light pillars with a diameter of 1 meter rose from the large formation and surrounded the two of them. 9 Heavenly Lightning Prison Formation, activate. The lightning prison formation was activated. Purgatory sighed. In today's battle, not only Xiao Yan, but even Luo Jin would have difficulty escaping death. Chapter 379. The expression on Xiao Yan's face, which was covered by the golden light, was extremely grave as he sensed the powerful sword aura pouncing toward him. Although he had yet to truly come into contact with the might of the enormous sword, just the aura that seeped out was enough to allow Xiao Yan to sense a dense aura of death. This kind of real aura was not only created by the frightening strength of the sword. Most of it was formed from the resentment that had accumulated on it after it had been used and fought countless times. It was difficult to imagine just how many experts had been killed by this enormous sword. The grave expression on Xiao Yan's face became denser the greater the might of this enormous sword. Even the usually fearless Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a sense of helplessness rising from his heart in the face of an elite Do Di. A Ban Di and a Do Di were indeed two completely different levels. Even though their concepts were similar, the gap between them was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he would have difficulty dealing with a 9-star Ban Di, much less an elite Do Di in front of him. Was this the end of his journey? Xiao Yan muttered unwillingly in his heart. The dense white heavenly flame that rose on his body dimmed. His body softened, and Xiao Yan's small mountain-like body began to fall uncontrollably like a small boat under the wind pressure. If one lost confidence in one's body, all of one's strength would be in vain. If one's bones turned soft, how would one be able to stand up even if one's entire body was filled with muscles? Brat, are you really such a coward? Guyu's stern cry suddenly rose from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart as he powerlessly fell to the ground. At this moment, the only person who could rationally face all of this was likely Guyu, who was within Xiao Yan's body. However, unlike in the past, Guyu's words did not cause the expression on Xiao Yan's face to improve. The emotions in his heart had become incomparably low. Old Gu, there is no need for you to say anything more. I have really done my best. Perhaps this is my limit. This junior Xiao Yan will likely disappoint you. Xiao Yan's tightly clenched hand slowly relaxed. He seemed to have given up on the last trace of unwillingness in his heart. He had abandoned all resistance. He had already been completely defeated in front of absolute strength. There was no room for negotiation. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart clearly understood that Guyu would not intervene this time around. He would not pitifully beg Guyu to intervene. Xiao Yan's strength, after all. Xiao Yan could not rely on Xiao Yan's strength to help him. Xiao Yan could not rely on Guyu. It's fine if you die, but don't tell me you want to implicate your brother. Open your eyes and take a look. Luo Jin is going all out to block the attacks of the formation. Even though he is seriously injured, he has never thought of giving up. He is doing all of this for you. Yet, look at you. You are actually giving up so easily. In that case, won't all of his efforts be wasted? Guyu's furious reprimand once again sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. This caused Xiao Yan to feel guilty and involuntarily stir a little. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes. He looked through the enormous swords formed from Do Qi and looked at the battleground where Luo Jin was fighting. Luo Jin, who was in the battleground, was repeatedly dodging with the pale-faced Zhang Yi beside him. Although Zhang Yi was also an elite Do Di, he was ultimately unable to resist an 8-star Do Di. At this moment, the two of them could only barely dodge the repeated attacks of the formation. During this period of time, Luo Jin had been injured by the light pillars of the formation due to his weaker strength. At this moment, not only was his aura weak, but his body was also swaying as he dodged. If not for Zhang Yi's protection, it was likely that he would have been unable to endure any longer. However, from the looks of the attacks of the formation, Chen Zhen had clearly held back. After all, the person in front of him was the chief of the Yunin Pavilion. No matter how one put it, he was not someone who could be easily killed. Chen Zhen did not doubt that if he were to really kill Luo Jin, it was likely that his refining god's sect would be destroyed today, not even tomorrow. Hence, on the whole, Chen Zhen was merely trapping the two of them within the formation. He did not have any intention of killing them. However, at this moment, this was a different situation in Xiao Yan's eyes. Luo Jin was on the verge of death. This caused a fury to once again rise in Xiao Yan's eyes. Even though this was the case, he was unable to truly erupt. However, Xiao Yan's relaxed hand was once again curled up. All of this naturally fell into Gu Yu's eyes. This, just treat it as me harming Luo Jin. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely use my life to repay him, Xiao Yan bitterly muttered in his heart. Humph. Afterlife? What a great afterlife. You may not care about Luo Jin, but are you going to ignore your ancestor as well? He did everything he could to make you who you are today. Why? Is this how you repay him? Gu Yu once again cried out sternly. At the same time, the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart fluctuated even more after his words sounded. He slowly lifted his lowered head. The fury in his eyes burned even more intensely. The golden light on the King Kong glass body flickered. The dim white heavenly flame gradually rose at this moment. It was just like a towering ancient tree that had been ignited. It was as if the rising flame would spurt out with just a slight provocation, and the entire world would be melted. The greater the emotional fluctuation in Xiao Yan's heart, the happier Gu Yu within his body was. He had said so much for this. Most of the time, one's potential was developed during an intense battle. However, that was merely the development of one's external potential. In comparison, a powerful heart could allow Xiao Yan to become stronger from the inside out. At this moment, the result that Gu Yu wanted could be considered to have been achieved. Now, all that was left was this final opportunity. As long as the strength in Xiao Yan's heart was unleashed, Gu Yu believed that the strength that Xiao Yan would unleash this time around would surpass his previous peak. Soon after, before the emotional fluctuation in Xiao Yan's heart could calm down, Gu Yu opened his mouth once again. Moreover, have you forgotten about your family? Your wife, your children, your father, and your teacher. They are all waiting for the day that you return with great expectations. However, you have chosen to give up when you have just begun. You have abandoned everything. Are you going to abandon them as well? If your family members break through and come here in the future, what will they do when they are similarly faced with life and death? If you give up, it will be equivalent to destroying their hopes. If you do not become stronger, you will never be able to protect your family. No. Gu Yu's decisive cry had just sounded when the quiet and unmoving Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head. Xiao Yan, who was like a giant god, suddenly lifted his head in front of everyone's shocked eyes. A hoarse, earth-shaking roar was emitted from his mouth. The roar was like thunder. Although no do qi was poured in, there was still an invisible strength that broke through the wind and clouds. It even blocked the enormous sword that was swiftly descending for an instant. At this moment, a countless number of people felt shocked. Even the sect leaders of the four large sects could not help but turn their gazes toward Xiao Yan. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's body, which was covered by a dense white heavenly flame, suddenly shook in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The heavenly flame swiftly spread from under his feet and incinerated the large swords around him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's two enormous golden hands were swiftly lifted. His palms collided and his 10 fingers moved together. Numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed by Xiao Yan's hands. The heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body also surged. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. First change. After the thunder-like cry sounded, a cluster of brilliant heavenly flames swiftly rose in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan widened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. At the same time, the seals in his hands did not pause. Soon after, a second cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Second Change. This time around, the flame that rose in front of Xiao Yan was the D flame, which was ranked first on the heavenly flame ranking. Xiao Yan did not hesitate as he swallowed it. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Third Change. Bang! The dense white heavenly flame rose in front of Xiao Yan with a frighteningly high temperature. This was Gu Yu's bone-chilling flame. With Gu Yu's actual body in front of him, the bone-chilling flame in front of Xiao Yan was even stronger than the previous two. At the same time, the strength that Xiao Yan obtained after using it would naturally become incomparably frightening. However, whether he could block this large sword was another matter. Chapter 380. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was originally trapped by the 4 enormous swords, no longer possessed the dispirited aura from before. Instead, it was replaced by a ruthless aura that resembled that of a demonic beast. His unwillingness and reluctance to part with his loved ones and friends had been completely ignited by Gu Yu's words. At the same time that Xiao Yan was rapidly executing the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Xiao Yan's mountain-like body was also violently trembling. The violent emotions in his heart caused him to be like an ignited barrel of dynamite. Every time he breathed, the wind and clouds in this region would surge. The instant Xiao Yan swallowed the bone-chilling flame, a berserk aura frantically surged from Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's cultivation also rapidly soared from the level of a 5-star half-martial emperor. In an instant, Xiao Yan's aura had actually broken through the level of an 8-star half-martial emperor and stepped into the level of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Even though this was only a temporary increase in strength, Xiao Yan still could not help but feel a fanaticism. Even though his state of mind was somewhat absent-minded, the fanaticism on Xiao Yan's face grew even denser. In the end, the aura within Xiao Yan's body stopped at the level of a 9-star half-martial emperor. The enormous gap between a half-martial emperor and a Dou emperor was not something that could be bridged by merely using a secret technique. However, the nearly crazy Xiao Yan was clearly not satisfied with this. After attempting to squeeze out the power of the heavenly flame again and again, Xiao Yan finally let out a hoarse roar like that of a demonic beast. At this moment, the Dou Emperor's bloodline in his body suddenly surged. With the addition of his bloodline's power and the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Xiao Yan's aura finally increased once again. However, compared to earlier, even though Xiao Yan had activated his bloodline's power, he had already crossed the barrier between a half-martial emperor and a Dou emperor. After all, the gap between the two was simply too enormous. Even with the support of his bloodline's power, Xiao Yan's aura was still only that of an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor. Roar! Xiao Yan seemed to be unwilling to give up. He had already used all his methods, but his strength still couldn't reach the level he wanted. This made him even more furious. At the same time, Ling Tian's giant sword came crashing down on Xiao Yan's head. It was already too late for Xiao Yan to make any other moves. Humph. Brat, stop trying to mystify things here. You're just relying on a secret technique. Do you really think you can contend against me? Jian Ming's expression involuntarily changed when he saw that the aura within Xiao Yan's body had once again become turbulent. However, the difference in their strength was obvious. He was not too concerned about the change in Xiao Yan's strength. From Jian Ming's point of view, regardless of how Xiao Yan jumped around, he would not be able to escape death. He did not believe that with Xiao Yan's little strength, Xiao Yan would not be able to survive under his Dou technique that caused even an elite Dou Di to tremble in fear. As for resisting, Jianming did not even think about it. Hoo! The tip of the golden sword came crashing down. The sharp sword aura cut apart the thick white heavenly flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, revealing Xiao Yan's body under the heavenly flame. Sensing the sword aura above his head, Xiao Yan raised his head. He felt as though his head was being cut by an invisible strength. An icy cold feeling gradually invaded his heart. Die! Jianming's face was ferocious. The aura of the golden sword became even more frightening under his control. The golden glow that it emitted also became increasingly glaring. Ha! A thunder-like sharp cry sounded. Xiao Yan's large hands were suddenly waved. Both of his arms shook and parted to both sides. The heavenly flame behind him surged out and agglomerated into numerous thick white flame swirls in the empty space around Xiao Yan's body. The flame swirls had just been formed when Xiao Yan immediately waved both of his arms. His large arms carried a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind. The heavenly flame rose on both of his arms. As the wind blew, the flame flew. Xiao Yan's two arms were like a pair of enormous flame wings. They moved against the wind, giving off a feeling of being towering over the world. At the same time that Xiao Yan's two large palms violently slammed together, the heavenly flame swept out. Numerous thick flame-light pillars suddenly soared into the sky from the flame swirls around him. They met the enormous sword that was descending toward Xiao Yan's head. Gga, you really don't know your limits. You actually dare to receive this D-sword seal. You are really seeking death. The corner of Jianming's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a mocking smile when he saw that Xiao Yan was actually using offense as defense and had no intention of retreating. This sword seal of his had killed an unknown number of elite Do Di. At this moment, Xiao Yan in front of him, a mere bandit, would not be able to block his sword seal even if he added the various Do techniques on his body. However, Xiao Yan, who was currently in a furious state, naturally did not have the mood to care whether he could block it or not. He would only do his best to face any battle head-on. Although the aura of the heavenly flame light pillar was not weak, it could not avoid being cut apart under the sharpness of the enormous sword. By the time the heavenly flame disappeared and the energy of the flame light pillar was completely exhausted, the golden glow that covered Ling Tian's enormous sword did not change. Instead, its sharp aura became even more overbearing. Wave after wave of invisible sword aura swept apart. Within this space of the four walls, it formed an even more vast and mighty energy wave that smashed toward Xiao Yan. Roar! A wild and furious beast-like roar shook the sky. Xiao Yan raised his head. A heavenly flame spat out from his pair of flickering golden eyes. With each breath that Xiao Yan took, there would be waves of fire sweeping out from his mouth and nose. Under the golden light, Xiao Yan's face was ferocious. There was an arrogant expression between his brows. Suddenly, Xiao Yan raised both of his palms to his chest. His 10 fingers moved together. Each time his fingertips collided, there would be a circle of invisible energy spreading out, causing the space around Xiao Yan to tremble unceasingly. At the same time, the wild and violent energy that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body also swiftly gathered in Xiao Yan's palms. Following each breath that Xiao Yan took, everyone in the area could sense the empty space trembling and the land trembling because of it. Ancient. Emperor. Seal. When Xiao Yan spat out these 3 words one by one with a deep tone, a deep aura, like a hidden dragon emerging from the sea, spread out from Xiao Yan's palm. At the same time, a dazzling golden light condensed into a mysterious golden seal in Xiao Yan's broad right palm. It covered Xiao Yan's entire right palm. In the next instant, just as the enormous sword was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, Xiao Yan's right palm suddenly struck out. The golden seal in his hand left his palm and expanded rapidly. Immediately after, the golden seal carried a vast and mighty aura and violently collided with the enormous sword. Boom! The instant the golden seal and the enormous sword collided, a terrifying do-chi wave immediately surged out from the point of collision, reverberating within this narrow space. The enormous sword shook and a terrifying pressure immediately pressed down like Mount Tai. The enormous golden seal also involuntarily sank slightly. Xiao Yan's expression immediately became ugly. Roar! Xiao Yan's entire body shook violently, scattering the do-chi wave that was attacking him. At the same time, do-chi wildly surged in his palm. His face was ferocious as he forcefully blocked the enormous sword. However, Xiao Yan's actions were destined to not be a long-term solution. Even if he used all his strength, he would definitely not be a match for the sword attack of an elite do-di. At this moment, the reason he was able to block this sword was because Jian Ming had yet to truly use the strength of this sword seal. At this moment, just the strength of this sword sinking and the sword aura that it contained had already caused Xiao Yan to have such a difficult time. It was difficult to imagine whether Xiao Yan would have the chance to block it if the strength of this enormous sword were to truly erupt. Crack! A moment later, a crack line suddenly appeared on the enormous golden seal. The tip of the sword, which was emitting a dazzling golden glow, pierced into it. A frightening, enormous force poured down and Xiao Yan's body, which was suspended in midair, immediately sank significantly. Even the enormous golden seal also began to tremble intensely at this moment. Humph, Xiao Yan, with this little strength of yours, even if I were to give you more secret techniques, they would ultimately be nothing more than empty bravado. They are all talk but no form. At the end of the day, you are still a useless person. Jian Ming's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he saw that Xiao Yan was actually able to block his sword. However, when that crack line appeared on the golden seal, Jian Ming's face was once again replaced with a disdainful ridicule. Humph. Alright, I've played enough. Next, I'll let you experience the true power of this Emperor's sword seal. After a cold cry was emitted, Jian Ming waved his two fingers. Immediately, the aura on the enormous sword suddenly erupted. A frightening strength instantly pressed down. Xiao Yan's body, which had just stabilized, once again fell uncontrollably. That enormous sword also followed and violently slashed down. Bang! Accompanied by a violent bang, the enormous golden seal in front of Xiao Yan was instantly shattered by the enormous sword. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was below, couldn't help but immediately spit out a large mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. Die! Xiao Yan's body fell uncontrollably, and the enormous sword followed closely behind. The tip of the sword was aimed at Xiao Yan's chest. The sword wind was sharp and the sword aura surged. Bang! Xiao Yan's body heavily smashed into the ground below. His small mountain-like body smashed into the ground, forming a pit that was dozens of feet deep. Fresh blood sprayed out and the large sword also fell at this moment. Xiao Yan. Little friend Xiao Yan. Within the formation, Luo Jin and Zhang Yi cried out in shock. Luo Jin's hands, which were stained with his own blood, trembled violently as he clenched them together. His expression was hideous. He did not expect that the few people in front of him would be so daring. In the next moment, when Luo Jin saw the enormous sword tip pierce Xiao Yan's chest, the only thought in his mind was, today, he must massacre the 4 sects. Chapter 381. Bang! When Xiao Yan's final punch shattered the huge sword hilt that he was tightly holding in his hand, Xiao Yan's body powerlessly fell backward. Bang! Another bang sounded and the golden light scattered. The King Kong glass body that Xiao Yan was bitterly supporting also scattered at this moment. Xiao Yan's body violently fell from the air and finally landed at the bottom of the huge deep pit below. If not for the bone-chilling flame protecting his body, it was likely that this fall, in addition to the injuries on Xiao Yan's body, would have been enough to take his life. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. This guy actually shattered that sword. Is he really just a bandit? That is an elite Do-D. How did this fellow do it? He is actually able to shatter the weapon that a Do-D had agglomerated. Tisk tsk, don't forget the most important thing. Jianming, the Sword Emperor, is the chief of one of the 4 large sects of the Western region. His strength has reached the level of an 8-star Do-D. Even in the entire Western region, the number of people who can contend with him can be counted with one's fingers. That's right. Xiao Yan is actually able to shatter the weapon that the Sword Emperor had agglomerated. Regardless of whether the Sword Emperor had used his full strength or not, Xiao Yan's name will likely spread throughout the Western region after today. Ugh, how unfortunate. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan is, the chiefs of the 4 large sects have personally stepped forward today. Even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough for them to kill him. Becoming famous is merely an illusion. What a pity, what a pity. Various discussions and laments were repeatedly emitted from the crowd outside the battleground. Green Jade City, which had originally become quiet because of the big battle, had once again become noisy because of Xiao Yan's collapse. However, compared to the private conversations of the people outside the battleground, Jianming's face was gloomy at this moment. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be so valiant. Xiao Yan had risked his life to break his 6-sword seal. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan's actions had aroused the killing intent of the 4 sect masters. Xiao Yan had repeatedly created miracles that were completely impossible in their eyes. They no longer had the mood to investigate the reason behind this. At this moment, the 4 elite Do-D only had one thought in their hearts. That was to eliminate Xiao Yan and eliminate all future troubles. Jianming, now that things have come to this, could it be that you still want to hold back? An undue delay is fraught with dreams. You should act immediately and kill Xiao Yan to eliminate all future troubles. Chen Zhen's hand under his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly. The 9 heavenly lightning prison formation behind him immediately shot out tens of thousands of dense rays of light. Numerous thick blood-colored thunderbolts soared into the sky. The entire great formation was gradually changed into a strange blood-red color. This was the true form of the 9 heavens lightning prison formation. Chen Zhen. You are really bold. We are the Union Pavilion. Once anything happens to our pavilion chief, none of your 4 great sects will be able to survive. Zhang Yi's heart suddenly sank when he saw this scene. He knew that Chen Zhen really intended to kill. Once that happened, it was likely that he and Luo Jin would really be in danger. However, from his point of view, it was nothing if he died. The most important thing was Luo Jin by his side. As an elder of the Union Pavilion, Zhang Yi's greatest mission was to ensure Luo Jin's safety. In order to complete this mission, he was even willing to sacrifice his own life. However, Zhang Yi was unwilling to use this method unless he had no other choice. Elder Zhang Yi, don't be foolish. Didn't the pavilion chief say that as long as Xiao Yan dies, he will destroy our 4 great sects? Since we are going to die either way, why not drag someone down with us? Moreover, using the life of a bandit in exchange for 4 of our Do-Ds is a great deal for you. Chen Zhen laughed mockingly when he heard this. His old face was filled with a cold expression. A cold glint shot out from his deep old eyes. The killing intent within them was not hidden at all. Humph. Chen Zhen, do you really dare to kill me? Compared to Zhang Yi by the side, Luo Jin was much calmer at this moment. Luo Jin raised his head with a pale face. His gaze focused on Chen Zhen as he asked in a deep voice. Humph. Elder Chen narrowed his eyes. He flicked his index finger and a golden light instantly shot toward Luo Jin's forehead. The latter's body stiffened and immediately became weak. Pavilion Chief. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi's old face was immediately filled with shock. He bent his body forward and hurriedly supported Luo Jin. Only when he discovered that the latter had merely fainted did he heave a long sigh of relief in his heart. After helping Luo Jin consume a D-tier medicinal pill, he looked at Qin Zhen with a fierce gaze. However, the latter had already turned his gaze away at this moment. Qin Zhen, looks like that brat guessed correctly. You really don't dare to kill him. Wu Jitian had been observing the situation in the arena. When he saw this, he could not help but quietly laugh at Qin Zhen. Even if you had 10 times the courage, would you dare to kill him? Qin Zhen coldly snorted in response. For the sake of his old life, he did not dare to kill Luo Jin so easily. After all, the latter's identity was too special. Before he had absolute confidence, not only could he not kill Luo Jin even if Luo Jin was about to die, but he also had to save him. As long as he had Luo Jin in his hands, even if the people behind the Union Pavilion really came looking for him, he might still have a chance to resist. Otherwise, he would really lose everything. At this moment, Luo Jin had become their protective talisman. As long as they used him to threaten the people from the Union Pavilion, they would not dare to do anything to them. When the time came, they just had to force them to swear on the lightning penalty oath and return Luo Jin to them. I have been watching this side the whole time. When you knocked him out, I almost made a move. If I had not noticed it in time, I'm afraid that brat would have had absolute confidence in himself. Seeing Qin Zhen admit it, Wu Jitian chuckled. Under his seemingly rough smile, there was a wisdom that did not match his appearance at all. In this way, not only could he kill Xiao Yan and obtain the Sky Extinction Steps, but he could also avoid being hunted down by the Union Pavilion. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, so why not? On the other side, Yi Luo Tian looked at the scene with a smile on his face. He stroked his beard with one hand and a pair of bright eyes rolled around in their sockets. An extremely obscure dark light flashed across his deep pupils. Next, there was Jianming. Ever since Jianming heard Qin Zhen's words, he could not help but recall the time when he was crushed by that mysterious expert. That was a pain that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Even if he spent the rest of his life, he would not be able to erase it. It was also because of this that he did not dare to kill Xiao Yan before he had absolute confidence. However, at this moment, seeing that Luo Jin had been subdued by Qin Zhen, as one of the 4 great sects, he naturally understood the latter's intentions. With an answer in his heart, he would naturally not have any misgivings when he attacked. Xiao Yan, it must be said that you are the first person this D has seen since I started training to be able to struggle for so long under the continuous attacks of a Do D. However, it is also because of this that the more heaven-defying your ability is, the more this D wants to kill you. This is your fate and also the will of the heavens. Therefore, you should obediently die. Jianming's face carried disdain as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit. A thought passed through his heart and hundreds of sharp swords immediately agglomerated in the air. The sword aura surged. Following Jianming's order, the hundreds of swords immediately shot toward Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit below. This time around, Jianming wanted Xiao Yan to die until he could not die. Today, even if the heavens came, Xiao Yan must die in front of him. Swoosh! The hundreds of sharp swords carried a sharp sound of rushing wind as they transformed into numerous rays of light in the empty space. They were like raindrops that filled the sky. In an instant, they had already arrived within 100 feet of Xiao Yan. The invisible sword aura had already left crisscrossing sword scars on the ground around Xiao Yan's body. In the next moment, the long swords had already arrived at Xiao Yan's head. In an instant, Xiao Yan would be completely dead. However, at this moment, a dull yet earth-shaking old voice, which appeared extremely overbearing, suddenly resounded throughout the area. Get lost. Chapter 382. Bang! When Xiao Yan's final punch shattered the huge sword hilt that he was tightly holding in his hand, Xiao Yan's body powerlessly fell backward. Bang! Another bang sounded and the golden light scattered. The King Kong glass body that Xiao Yan was bitterly supporting also scattered at this moment. Xiao Yan's body violently fell from the air and finally landed at the bottom of the huge deep pit below. If it were not for the bone-chilling flame protecting his body, it was likely that this fall, in addition to the injuries on his body earlier, would have been enough to take Xiao Yan's life. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. This guy actually shattered that sword. Is he really just a bandit? That is a do-di. How did this fellow do it? He is actually able to shatter the weapon that a do-di had agglomerated. Tisk tsk, don't forget the most important thing. Jian Ming, the Sword Emperor, is the chief of one of the 4 large sects of the Western region. His strength has reached the level of an 8-star do-di. Even in the entire Western region, the number of people who can contend with him can be counted with one's fingers. That's right. Xiao Yan is actually able to shatter the weapon that the Sword Emperor had agglomerated. Regardless of whether the Sword Emperor had used his full strength, Xiao Yan's name will likely spread throughout the Western region after today. Ugh, what a pity. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan is, the chiefs of the 4 large sects have personally stepped forward today. Even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough for them to kill him. Becoming famous is merely an illusion. What a pity, what a pity. Various discussions and laments were repeatedly emitted from the crowd outside the battleground. Green Jade City, which had originally become quiet because of the big battle, had once again become noisy because of Xiao Yan's collapse. However, compared to the private conversations of the people outside the battleground, Jian Ming's face was gloomy at this moment. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be so valiant. Xiao Yan had risked his life to break his 6-sword seal. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan's actions had aroused the killing intent of the 4 sect masters. Xiao Yan had created miracles that were completely impossible in their eyes time and time again. They no longer had the mood to investigate the reason behind this. At this moment, the 4 elite do-di only had one thought in their hearts. That was to eliminate Xiao Yan and eliminate all future troubles. Jian Ming, now that things have come to this, could it be that you still want to hold back? A long delay is fraught with dreams. You should act immediately and kill Xiao Yan to eliminate all future troubles. Chen Zhen's hand under his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly. The 9 heavenly lightning prison formation behind him immediately shot out tens of thousands of dense rays of light. Numerous thick blood-colored thunderbolts soared into the sky. The entire great formation was gradually changed into a strange blood-red color. This was the true form of the 9 heavens lightning prison formation. Chen Zhen. You are really bold. We are the Union Pavilion. Once anything happens to our pavilion chief, none of your 4 great sects will be able to survive. Zhang Yi's heart suddenly sank when he saw this scene. He knew that Chen Zhen really intended to kill. Once that happened, it was likely that he and Luo Jin would really be in danger. However, from his point of view, it was nothing if he died. The most important thing was Luo Jin by his side. As an elder of the Union Pavilion, Zhang Yi's greatest mission was to ensure Luo Jin's safety. In order to complete this mission, he was even willing to pay the price with his life. However, Zhang Yi was unwilling to use this method unless he had no other choice. Elder Zhang Yi, don't be foolish. Didn't the pavilion chief say that as long as Xiao Yan dies, he will destroy our 4 great sects? Since we are going to die either way, why not drag someone down with us? Moreover, using the life of a bandit in exchange for 4 of our do-dis is a great deal for you. Chen Zhen laughed mockingly when he heard this. His old face was filled with a cold expression. A cold glint shot out from his deep old eyes. The killing intent within them was not hidden at all. Humph. Chen Zhen, do you really dare to kill me? Compared to Zhang Yi by the side, Luo Jin was much calmer at this moment. Luo Jin raised his head with a pale face. His gaze focused on Chen Zhen as he asked in a deep voice. Humph. Elder Chen narrowed his eyes. He flicked his index finger and a golden light instantly shot toward Luo Jin's forehead. The latter's body stiffened and immediately became weak. Pavilion Chief. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi's old face was immediately filled with shock. He bent his body forward and hurriedly supported Luo Jin. Only when he discovered that the latter had merely fainted did he heave a long sigh of relief in his heart. After helping Luo Jin consume a D-tier medicinal pill, he looked at Chen Zhen with a fierce gaze. However, the latter had already turned his gaze away at this moment. Chen Zhen, looks like that brat guessed correctly. You really don't dare to kill him. Wu Jitian had been observing the situation in the arena. When he saw this, he could not help but quietly laugh at Chen Zhen. Humph. Would you dare to kill him even if you had 10 times the courage? Chen Zhen coldly snorted in response. For the sake of his old life, he did not dare to kill Luo Jin so easily. After all, the latter's identity was too special. Before he had absolute confidence, not only could he not kill Luo Jin even if Luo Jin was about to die, but he also had to save him. As long as he had Luo Jin in his hands, even if the people behind the Union Pavilion really came looking for him, he might still have a chance to resist. Otherwise, he would really have nothing left. At this moment, Luo Jin had become their protective talisman. As long as they used him to threaten the people from the Union Pavilion, they probably would not dare to do anything to them. When the time came, they just had to force them to swear on the lightning penalty oath and return Luo Jin to them. I have been watching this all this time. When you knocked him out, I almost made a move. If I had not noticed it in time, I'm afraid that brat would have absolute confidence. Seeing that Chen Zhen admitted it, Wu Jitian chuckled. Under his seemingly rough smile, there was a wisdom that did not match his appearance at all. In this way, not only could he kill Xiao Yan and obtain the Sky Extinction Steps, but he could also avoid being hunted down by the Union Pavilion. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, so why not? On the other side, Yi Luo Tian looked at the scene with a smile on his face. He stroked his beard with one hand and a pair of bright eyes rolled around in their sockets. An extremely obscure light flashed across his deep pupils. Next, there was Jianming. Ever since Jianming heard Chen Zhen's words, he could not help but recall the time when he was crushed by that mysterious expert. That was the pain of his life. Even if he used his entire life, he would not be able to erase it. It was also because of this that he did not dare to kill Xiao Yan before he had absolute confidence. However, at this moment, seeing that Luo Jin had been subdued by Chen Zhen, as one of the 4 great sects, he naturally understood the latter's intentions. With an answer in his heart, he naturally did not have any misgivings when he attacked. Xiao Yan, it must be said that you are the first person this D has seen since I started training to be able to struggle for so long under the continuous attacks of a Do D. However, it is also because of this that the more heaven-defying your ability is, the more this D wants to kill you. This is your fate and also the will of the heavens. Therefore, you should obediently die. Jianming's face carried disdain as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit. A thought passed through his heart and hundreds of sharp swords immediately agglomerated in the air. The sword aura surged. Following Jianming's order, the hundreds of swords immediately shot toward Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit below. This time around, Jianming wanted Xiao Yan to die until he could not die. Today, even if the emperor came, Xiao Yan must die in front of him. Swoosh! The hundreds of sharp swords carried a sharp sound of rushing wind as they turned into numerous rays of light in the empty space. They were like raindrops that filled the sky. In an instant, they had already arrived within 100 feet of Xiao Yan. The invisible sword aura had already left crisscrossing sword scars on the ground around Xiao Yan's body. In the next moment, the long swords had already arrived at Xiao Yan's head. In an instant, Xiao Yan would be completely dead. However, at this moment, a dull yet earth-shaking old voice, which appeared extremely overbearing, suddenly resounded throughout the area. Get lost. Chapter 383. This sudden unexpected change also caused the hearts of Jian Ming and the others to be startled. However, by the time they recovered, they could only see that the rain of swords that permeated the sky was actually not under Jian Ming's control as they swiftly exploded. Bang 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 bang, within a short couple of breaths' time, the hundreds of swords, which had an overbearing might and were about to kill Xiao Yan, were like balloons that had been inflated and burst. They were swiftly annihilated, transforming into energy light spots that permeated the sky. After which, they slowly disappeared from this world. Such a shocking scene caused a chill to rise within the hearts of everyone present. It was difficult to imagine that the swords that were agglomerated by an elite Dou-Di had once again been broken. Moreover, compared to Xiao Yan, who had used all of his strength to shatter them earlier, this scene was undoubtedly even more shocking. In an instant, everyone outside the battleground involuntarily began to whisper to each other, causing the atmosphere in the battleground to gradually become a little solemn. Compared to the shock in the hearts of everyone outside, the old face of Jian Ming, who was the owner of the swords, appeared incomparably solemn. There was no need to say anything. The strength of the person who had attacked was likely at least at the Dou-Di class. Moreover, based on Jian Ming's guess, it was likely that the strength of this person was not weaker than any of the four of them at this moment. Damn it, who exactly is this person? Since when did the Western region have an additional elite Dou-Di whose strength is comparable to ours? Don't tell me, this fellow is someone from the Yunin Pavilion. Immediately, it was not just Jian Ming. Wu Jitian and the others behind him also swiftly swept their eyes over the surrounding area with solemn gazes. It was as though they wanted to find the person who had attacked. At this moment, Chen Zhen's heart was suddenly greatly shocked. This person was actually able to avoid detection under his powerful spiritual strength as a rank 5 formation master. The strength of this person was likely not something that Chen Zhen and the others could compare with. If he had not intervened to save Xiao Yan earlier and had instead directly charged at Chen Zhen, it was likely that the current Chen Zhen would have ended up seriously injured. Large amounts of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on Chen Zhen's forehead when he thought of this. Even the clothes on his body were quickly drenched in sweat. At the same time, however, Chen Zhen's old tree root-like finger curled slightly under his sleeves. Dou-Qi agglomerated in his palm. His feet withdrew a little without leaving a trace and approached the formation behind him. He was already prepared. If the other party was really an expert from the Yunin Pavilion, regardless of what happened today, he must first control Luo Jin in his hands even if he did not kill Xiao Yan. Only by controlling Luo Jin would he be able to choose a path of survival. After all, if the other party was also a Dou-Di, he would really be in trouble if Luo Jin was forcefully taken away. May I know who you are? If possible, I would like to invite you to show yourself. At this moment, Wu Jitian, who had the most fiery temperament, was more direct. His body shook as he stood firmly on the ground. His figure was tall and straight as he cupped his fists and cupped them towards the empty sky. His rough voice slowly sounded. As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling face. Now that Wu Jitian was treating him with respect, the unknown powerhouse would naturally not continue to be rude. However, the result was not what Wu Jitian had expected. Not only was it not like it, but it also caused his expression to change. I will now give you two choices. First, leave these three behind and leave immediately. I can treat it as if nothing has happened. Second, the three of them will still stay behind. At the same time, the four of you will also stay here forever. The aged voice sounded extremely calm, but within that calmness, there was an incomparably domineering majesty. Under this imposing manner, no one could go against it. Humph. A coward who hides his head but only shows his tail actually dares to boast so shamelessly. This D wants to see where you get the courage to say such words. Wu Jitian was furious when he heard this. His body shook and his two large hands suddenly clenched into fists. The aura of his entire body shook and the Do Qi in his body swiftly surged out. The shoulder armor on his left chest began to wiggle as if it was alive. However, just as Wu Jitian's aura was about to erupt, a thunder-like sound was suddenly emitted from the sky. Bang! In merely an instant, when everyone present heard the sound, everyone in Green Jade City saw Wu Jitian's bear-like strong body being sent flying by an invisible strength without any forewarning. Grog! Wu Jitian's body violently fell to the ground. Only then did his mouth involuntarily spit out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His originally sleek red face swiftly turned pale. The aura of his body had also weakened greatly at this moment. This is the first time. I also hope that this will be the last time. I have given all of you a chance. Get lost. By the time everyone recovered, the faint old voice had once again reverberated in the sky above Green Jade City. It reverberated for a long time. Only at this moment did Qin Zhen, Jian Ming, Yi Luo Tian, and Wu Jitian, who had been sent flying earlier, completely recover from the shock in their hearts. Even the four elite Do Di, who possessed a high position in the western region, had an endless amount of fear lingering in their hearts at this moment. They were certain that the strength of this mysterious expert had already surpassed the level of a Do Di. It was likely that he was at least at the origin transformation realm. The bodies of Qin Zhen and the other three involuntarily trembled intensely when they thought of this. The shock in their hearts was difficult to describe. Origin transformation expert, even in the entire Yuanwu continent, an expert of this level would be an extremely powerful existence with an extremely high status. This point could be seen just by looking at Tianju. I see, Elder, we did not intend to offend you. It is just that we were a little anxious earlier. That is why we have angered Elder. Elder, please do not take offense. Wu Jitian's face was filled with fear as he stood up with difficulty. Although the force in his body was not very strong, that attack had caused quite a serious injury to his physical body. It was likely that he would not be able to recover for a long time. In that case, why aren't all of you getting lost? The old low cry suddenly sounded. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook Wu Jitian and the others until they felt dizzy. There was no need to even mention the ordinary cultivators standing outside the arena. Hearing this, the four of them exchanged glances with each other. Qin Zhen's eyes vaguely glanced behind him. Zhang Yi was wholeheartedly guarding Luo Jin. Although he knew that someone had come to save him, he did not move. No matter what, he had to prioritize Luo Jin's safety. Seeing that Zhang Yi was guarding Luo Jin, Qin Zhen could not help but secretly frown. In this way, it would be impossible for him to take down Luo Jin immediately. Once he took action, the mysterious expert would probably leave him here forever, just as he had said. However, if he did not take action now, once the faction behind Yunin Pavilion learned of this matter, they would likely not let the matter rest. Put away your thoughts and get lost. Otherwise, I will take care of you right now. A thunderous sound entered Qin Zhen's ears, causing his body to tremble violently. When he recovered, he hurriedly cupped his hands towards the sky and shouted in a trembling voice, "Brother Qin Zhen, Brother Qin Zhen, Brother Qin Zhen. I will get lost now. I will get lost now. I will get lost now." Before he finished speaking, Qin Zhen hurriedly turned around and flew out of Emerald City as if he was fleeing for his life. Behind him, Wu Jitian and the others cupped their hands towards the sky and retreated. Then, they quickly flew in 4 different directions. Chapter 384. Elder, thank you for saving us. Seeing that Chen Zhen and the rest had fled, Zhang Yi, who was standing guard beside Luo Jin, looked respectfully at the empty sky above his head and said in a weak and respectful voice after a long while. "There is nothing to thank me for. I just couldn't stand it, so I intervened." The old voice was still very calm. However, if one were to listen carefully, one would discover that the tone of this mysterious strong person was much gentler than when he was speaking to Qin Jin and the others. This caused Zhang Yi to feel comfortable in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but be curious about this mysterious strong person. Who exactly was this mysterious strong person? Elder, I am an elder of the Yunin Pavilion. The young man beside me is the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion. Since Elder has saved us this time, I would like to invite Elder to be a guest at the Yunin Pavilion. At the same time, I would like to take some things to repay Elder for saving our lives. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. He was afraid that those four fellows would be unwilling to give up and lay low outside the city. If they waited for this elder to leave, Xiao Yan and the others would not be able to escape death. There is no need to worry. They have already returned to their respective sections. It is impossible for them to be lying low outside the city. As for the Yunin Pavilion, the old me still has something to do. I will not be going. Seemingly having seen through the worry in Zhang Yi's heart, the old man's faint laughter was once again emitted. This caused Zhang Yi's heart to relax. At the same time, his old face could not help but reveal a somewhat embarrassed smile. Cough, cough, just as the atmosphere was a little quiet, a few weak coughs suddenly sounded. Only at this moment did Zhang Yi react. Although Luo Jin's injuries had stabilized, on the other hand, Xiao Yan's condition was still difficult to determine. After all, Xiao Yan's chest had been pierced by the sword of a Dou Di while he was seriously injured. Adding the ferocious energy explosion that followed, Xiao Yan's injuries could not be any more serious. He needed to hurry over and take a look. "All right, you do what you need to do. The old me will take my leave first." As the faint and aged voice sounded out, the special pressure that permeated the entire emerald green city a moment ago also quietly disappeared. Everyone in the city also suddenly felt their bodies become lighter at this moment, and they were finally able to completely relax. Only Zhang Yi didn't dare to relax. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards the sky, then dragged his injured body and quickly flew to Xiao Yan's side. Even with Zhang Yi's mental fortitude, his heart could not help but tremble when he saw the terrifying sword wound on Xiao Yan's chest that almost tore him apart. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Yan had forcefully shattered the huge energy sword that Jianming had condensed while enduring such serious injuries. When Zhang Yi's spiritual strength swept over the other parts of Xiao Yan's body, the expression on his old face involuntarily became ugly. It was not just the nearly fatal sword wound on his chest. Over half of the bones in Xiao Yan's body had been shattered. At the same time, the internal organs in Xiao Yan's body had also suffered different degrees of damage. Nearly half of the meridians in his body had been broken. Even the blood flowing in his blood vessels was almost completely depleted. With Xiao Yan's current condition, it was likely that even an ordinary person would be able to kill him. However, at the same time, there were two other things that caused Zhang Yi's heart to be extremely surprised. Firstly, when Zhang Yi checked Xiao Yan's injuries, he discovered that Xiao Yan had already consumed a top-notch emperor-grade pill to heal his injuries. Zhang Yi carefully recalled the scene of Xiao Yan's previous battle. He did not have any time to consume the pill, and Zhang Yi did not see Xiao Yan consume the pill. If that was the case, then who had consumed the pill for Xiao Yan? Secondly, in addition to the pill, Xiao Yan's body actually emitted several types of heavenly flames that separately healed Xiao Yan's body and soul. This caused Zhang Yi to involuntarily feel envious. By the time Zhang Yi controlled Xiao Yan's and Luo Jin's seriously injured bodies and returned to the Hidden Cloud Pavilion, Lingchui City, which had been completely destroyed, had become lively. Within a short period of time, the name Xiao Yan had been firmly engraved in the hearts of every person in Green Jade City. Even the Band D realm experts' faces were filled with shock as they recalled the previous big battle. Their hearts were filled with shock. Although Xiao Yan had not gained the upper hand in the previous big battle, the fact that he had survived the attack of a Do Di was enough to cause them to be emotionally moved. Using the body of a Band D to fight against a Do Di. How many people in the entire continent could achieve this kind of heroism? At the very least, the other people present did not have Xiao Yan's courage and ability to face a Do Di, much less exchange blows with one. Within a short few days, news of Xiao Yan's big battle spread not only in Green Jade City but also in over 10 cities of various sizes in the Shilin region. In an instant, Xiao Yan's name had left an extremely deep impression in the hearts of most people in the western region. At the same time, Xiao Yan had also become the target of many people. Even some Band D realm experts who boasted of their strength had begun to search for Xiao Yan all over the western region. Although they did not dare to say that they would face a Do Di, being able to defeat this man who had survived the attack of a Do Di could be considered a great achievement for them. Of course, in the eyes of those female cultivators, it was a different story. While Xiao Yan's fame had brought him countless pursuers, the eyes of those young and beautiful ladies were filled with admiration. There were even some who had fought because of him, causing Xiao Yan's fame to soar rapidly within a short period of time. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. Perhaps this was the exact description of Xiao Yan at this moment. However, while the outside world was abuzz with news of Xiao Yan's big battle, the current Xiao Yan was still unconscious. His face was as white as snow and there were no signs of him waking up. If it were not for the weak breath in his nose, it was likely that even Zhang Yi would not dare to guarantee that Xiao Yan was still alive. Xiao Yan had suffered quite a lot of injuries in this big battle. This was especially the case when Jian Ming's sword seal had nearly taken his life. If it were not for the heavenly flame, a heaven-defying item, protecting Xiao Yan's essence from being harmed, it was likely that his strength would not have improved even if he was lucky enough to survive. Time flashed by and a month had quietly passed. Luo Jin had already recovered. Although he had yet to recover to his peak condition, it was only a matter of time. The first thing Luo Jin did after recovering was to find Elder Luo from the southern region and ask him to exterminate the 4 sections. This was also the decision Luo Jin had made during the big battle that day. Because of Xiao Yan, he had to make the 4 sects pay the price. Unfortunately, even though Luo Jin had indeed invited Elder Luo, the final outcome was not what Luo Jin had expected. Elder Luo did not exterminate the 4 sections. Instead, he severely reprimanded Luo Jin. Under Luo Jin's somewhat aggrieved gaze, Luo Ao's face was solemn the entire time as he looked at Xiao Yan. The latter's injury was so deep that even he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, Luo Ao also rejoiced on behalf of Xiao Yan. At such a time, what could save Xiao Yan was not the emperor-grade pills, but the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's body. Afterwards, Luo Ao stayed in Emerald Green City for 2 months. However, other than the gradual recovery of Xiao Yan's aura, there were no other changes. 2 months later, Luo Ao, who had originally planned to patiently wait for Xiao Yan to awaken, was forced to immediately return to the southern region because of a sudden piece of news. When he left Emerald Green City, Luo Jin clearly saw the extremely grave expression on his old face. Luo Ao's expression immediately made Luo Jin feel uneasy. He had not seen such an expression on Luo Ao's face many times. The reason why Luo Ao had so quickly returned to the southern region with such a grave expression was because something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe. In the letter that Luo Ao had received from Qingmu had mentioned that when he had entered the depths of the Ginseng spiritual space, he had discovered something that should not have existed. It was because of this that Qingmu and Luo Ao had been so nervous. It was a small piece of pitch-black crystal that looked like charcoal. Its shape was somewhat uneven, as if it had fallen from something. Under Qing Mu's probing, he even detected an extremely familiar aura from it. And this was the reason why his expression had changed upon hearing it. This aura came from He Mu, who had been killed by Xiao Yan. This small piece of charcoal-like crystal was a small piece of He Mu's ginseng spiritual root. Chapter 385. Western Region, Lingshui City. Inside the Yunin Pavilion. Half a year had passed since that big battle. During this half a year, Xiao Yan had been in a slumber. Although the injuries on his body had already recovered by 90%, Xiao Yan still did not show any signs of waking up. In the Yunin Pavilion, Luo Jin and Zhang Yi frowned as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was lying on a special stone bed. Their eyes revealed a hint of worry. They did not expect Xiao Yan to be so seriously injured this time. Half a year had passed, but he showed no signs of waking up. They did not know how long he would remain in this state. In this half a year, Elder Luo had gone back and forth many times. However, every time he saw Xiao Yan in this state, he could only shake his head helplessly. After observing him for a few days, he returned to the southern region. Following Xiao Yan's deep sleep, the news about Xiao Yan in the outside world gradually calmed down. There were even many people who thought that perhaps after the great battle, Xiao Yan's injuries were too serious and could not be cured. As this new news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the western region. Most people were certain of this answer. After all, a Dodi was a Dodi. How could a mere half-martial emperor fight against him so easily? Moreover, Xiao Yan was only a 5-star half-martial emperor. This was even more unreasonable. Of course, there were also some people who still believed that Xiao Yan was still alive. However, in comparison, these people were much fewer. After all, theoretically speaking, the above explanation was not wrong. However, they still thought that perhaps Xiao Yan was not dead and had only left the western region. Of course, these were not important. What was important was that all news about Xiao Yan had disappeared with the wind in this vast western region. However, it seemed that there were always some people who did not want Xiao Yan's name to fade away. Of course, more of them had other intentions. After Xiao Yan's deep sleep for half a year, the western region, which had gradually calmed down, suddenly spread another shocking news. Once this news spread, Xiao Yan's name once again resounded in the western region. If anyone sees Xiao Yan and reports the location of his appearance or captures him alive, as long as he is still alive and is brought to any of the 4 large sects, the 4 large sects will give a reward. One of the rewards included was 12 emperor-grade medicinal pills. As for the other rewards, there was no lack of cultivation methods or dose skills. They were all shocking treasures that would make people go crazy. Although they did not know whether the news was true or false, when the crowd saw that the 4 great sects did not give a definite response, everyone immediately understood. Therefore, the western region, which had just calmed down not long ago, was once again in turmoil. Xiao Yan's name once again resounded in every corner of the western region. As if to ensure that someone would be able to find Xiao Yan, after this news spread, many pieces of paper with Xiao Yan's face swiftly flew out from unknown corners. This also allowed everyone to have a clear understanding of Xiao Yan's appearance. Of course, although this was the case, these pieces of paper were only passed around in some of the larger cities. As for some of the smaller towns and cities, no one paid any attention to them. As for Lingshui City, it was the largest city in the southwestern border. It was also a large city with a teleportation formation. However, not a single piece of news related to Xiao Yan was transmitted from this place. This was because this place was the territory of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. Even the 4 large sects were blacklisted in this place. How could news of Xiao Yan be transmitted to this place? Young master, the Shilin region has been in turmoil recently. After the 2 of them left the pavilion, Zhang Yi frowned and said softly to Luo Jin. As Xiao Yan was injured and needed to recuperate, the Union Pavilion had already announced its closure half a year ago. Hence, other than Xiao Yan in the pavilion, there was no one on the other 5 floors of the Union Pavilion. There was no need to worry about outsiders when they spoke. The 4 great sects, these fellows still haven't given up. Even now, they're still thinking about the sky extinction step. If it weren't for the fact that 5th grandfather forbade me from sending people, I would have destroyed all of you long ago. When the 4 great sects were mentioned, Luo Jin immediately felt a deep chill in his heart. Now that half a year had passed, although the injuries on his body had already healed, the killing intent in his heart towards the 4 great sects had gradually deepened. Especially now that Xiao Yan was still in a coma, this only increased Luo Jin's killing intent. However, due to Luo Ao, there was nothing he could do. Even if the 4 great sects were openly hunting down Xiao Yan, there was nothing he could do. Luo Jin understood that it wasn't that Luo Ao couldn't destroy the 4 great sects, but that he didn't want Luo Jin to always live under his protection. What Luo Ao wanted to see was Luo Jin's own growth. He wanted Luo Jin to have his own pursuits and goals. If it had been in the past, when Luo Jin wandered around and obtained what he needed with his own strength, Luo Ao might have praised him. However, ever since Luo Ao met Xiao Yan, his attitude towards disciplining this junior of his had changed. Xiao Yan's fighting spirit was something that was rarely displayed by people from the younger generation like them. Of course, it was not that there were none who were similar. However, most of them were weak and their hearts were filled with arrogance, but they did not have the strength to back it up. They appeared to be disciplined, but they were unable to show it. If they were placed in a true big battle, they would at the very most be able to endure for a short while and would not be able to last for long. However, Xiao Yan was different. What made him different was that he had strength and the will to fight. Moreover, he had also successfully survived the big battle. Regardless of whether this was luck or not, Xiao Yan had indeed survived. This point was already sufficient. Moreover, from a certain point of view, luck was also one of the aspects of success. After regaining his senses, Luo Jin stared fiercely at the space in front of him, killing intent surging in his eyes. In addition, I've received news that the Cloud Immortal sect in the southern region has also withdrawn the people guarding there. The border of the southern region is already empty. Zhang Yi looked at Luo Jin in front of him, a gratified look in the depths of his old eyes. How could he not know what his own ancestor meant? As Luo Jin's guardian, he naturally felt gratified when he saw Luo Jin's appearance. SSS, the Cloud Immortal sect. Even they have withdrawn. In that case, the Ghost Hall in the southern region has been abolished. Otherwise, they wouldn't have withdrawn in full force. Luo Jin exclaimed in surprise. Then, he analyzed in a low voice. Yes. In addition, not long ago, our men discovered that they had met an elder of the Cloud Immortal sect through the teleportation array. Zhang Yi followed beside Luo Jin. As they descended the stairs, he deliberated as he spoke. Oh. An elder of the Cloud Immortal sect. Why? After we left the southern region, they couldn't sit still anymore. Not only did they abandon their territory, but they also joined the western region in the muddy waters. Are they trying to fish in troubled waters? Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise on his face. The news that he had received recently was all about the southern region. He did not expect that these people would immediately take action after Xiao Yan left the southern region. It seemed that there was more to this than meets the eye. No, I think that the reason for his trip is not because he was ordered by the Cloud Immortal sect, but because he has other motives. Hearing this, Zhang Yi frowned and rubbed his fingers together as he spoke softly. What do you mean? Luo Jin turned his head to look at Zhang Yi and asked softly. Young master, do you remember that our young friend Xiao Yan has a skill that allows him to summon an avatar that is almost as powerful as his actual body? That skill was obtained from an elder of the Cloud Immortal sect. Hiss, you mean, Yuan Qing from the Cloud Immortal sect? Luo Jin was stunned. Then, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. If that was the case, Yuan Qing's motive was likely to be Xiao Yan. He had heard that Xiao Yan was in the western region, so he had taken advantage of the retreat to go to the western region alone to look for Xiao Yan. Boom! However, just as Luo Jin was about to cry out in shock, a violent explosion suddenly sounded from the attic upstairs. In the next instant, Luo Jin, who was walking downstairs, suddenly turned around. At the same time, Zhang Yi, who was behind him, also turned around at the same time. They both lifted their heads and looked at the attic on the 6th floor. Their eyes were filled with joy and excitement. At the same time, in the attic on the 6th floor, Xiao Yan, whose eyes were originally closed and whose body was burning with the star flame, had already sat up. The heavenly fire entered his body, and his aura was as powerful as a soaring dragon. Sensing the familiar aura from upstairs, Luo Jin and Zhang Yi could not help but exclaim in surprise. Xiao Yan, you're awake. Chapter 386. On the 6th floor of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. At this moment, 3 figures were seated in order. Luo Jin and Zhang Yi were among them. However, at this moment, their faces were filled with joy as they looked at the young man in black robes in front of them. This person was none other than Xiao Yan, who had been unconscious for half a year and had only just woken up. Haha, brother Xiao Yan, you have finally woken up after half a year. Luo Jin couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Yan as soon as he sat down. Xiao Yan's awakening seemed to have swept away all the unhappiness he had in the past half a year. The killing intent he had for the 4 great sects was also suppressed at the bottom of his heart with Xiao Yan's awakening. Hearing this, Xiao Yan sighed and nodded his head. He inhaled a deep breath of air and his heart also relaxed slightly. During this half a year of deep sleep, Xiao Yan seemed to have dreamed of many things. He dreamed of the Doqi continent, of his family and friends. He seemed to have returned there and lived happily with Sun Er and Kai Lin. His father and teacher were always by his side. He had a large number of children and his family was prosperous. Everyone who saw him had reverence in their eyes. Xiao Yan was like a god, so high and unapproachable. But every time he saw this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown. Xiao Yan used his powerful strength to protect the clan and everything seemed so beautiful. However, this sweet life, which seemed to have been sweetened with sugar, made Xiao Yan feel extremely uncomfortable. There seemed to be something missing here. Finally, one day, when Xiao Yan was feeling impatient, a group of mysterious black-robed people broke through the void and descended on the Doqi continent. After an earth-shaking battle, Xiao Yan was defeated in the end. The moment he was defeated by the black-robed people, Xiao Yan's face was full of shock. He didn't dare to believe that he was defeated so thoroughly. He was a Do Di, the strongest person in the Doqi continent. How could he be defeated? Half D Do Di. However, the moment he thought of this point, a thought suddenly surged out from deep within his heart, causing him to instantly recover. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan was unable to sort out the chaotic thoughts in his mind within a short period of time. Instead, the more anxious Xiao Yan was, the more chaotic the thoughts in his mind became. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. While Xiao Yan was having a headache because of the thoughts in his heart, the entire continent was gradually heading toward destruction because of Xiao Yan's defeat. Under the devil's claws of the black-robed people, the originally peaceful continent began to be on the verge of destruction. Even someone as strong as a Do Xing could only be annihilated. Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly heavy as he watched his loved ones die one by one. His thin body swayed repeatedly in the wild wind. Blood tears continued to swirl in his eyes. His hands, which were stained with his own blood, were tightly clenched together with extreme unwillingness. His delicate fingertips had almost pierced into his palm, but Xiao Yan did not feel any pain. He could only stubbornly widen his scarlet eyes and stare intently at those black-robed people. Each time he made a move, he would be mercilessly destroyed by their strength. When Xiao Yan finally saw his father and teacher die under the devil's claws of the black-robed people, Xiao Yan was heartbroken. He struggled with all his might, wanting to save his father and teacher. However, the end result was an even more cold-blooded destruction. His father and teacher also failed to escape the tragic fate of death. In the end, Xiao Yan personally saw Sun Er and Kai Lin being killed by the black-robed people and turned into nothingness. Sun Er and Kai Lin's deaths seemed to have become a key that instantly unraveled the extremely chaotic thoughts in Xiao Yan's mind. All the doubts in Xiao Yan's heart were easily resolved at this moment. The only thing that was missing was the hot-bloodedness in the hearts of the people on the Dochi continent and the fanatical pursuit of strength. None of these things were present in them. The eyes that they used to look at him were not filled with respect. Instead, they were filled with fear. A kind of fear without any courage. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan wake up. All of this was merely a dream. However, this caused Xiao Yan's entire body to become ice-cold. At the same time, Xiao Yan also woke up from his long slumber. Brother Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan. Yes. Suddenly, Xiao Yan clearly felt that there was someone patting his shoulder. Due to the stimulation that Xiao Yan had received in the dream earlier, the first action that Xiao Yan took when he recovered was to throw out a palm with the back of his hand. Fortunately, Xiao Yan reacted in time the moment his palm was about to land on Luo Jin's face. Only then did Xiao Yan abruptly stop his attack. When the strong wind hit Luo Jin's face, the latter's expression changed drastically. His body staggered and involuntarily fell backward. Finally, he was supported by Zhang Yi, who also had an expression of disbelief on his face. Only then did he not miserably fall to the ground. Young friend Xiao Yan, cough, sorry, I was a little emotional just now. Just as Zhang Yi was about to involuntarily open his mouth to ask, Xiao Yan hurriedly apologized. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Zhang Yi and Luo Jin, who still had a lingering fear in his heart, looked at each other. Immediately, they sighed in confusion before returning to their seats. Brother Xiao Yan, you really made us wait for half a year. Knowing that Xiao Yan was unwilling to talk about this topic, Luo Jin did not continue the topic. Instead, he changed the topic and talked about Xiao Yan. Hearing Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yan smiled helplessly. He did not expect that he would be unconscious for so long due to his injury. Oh right, Brother Xiao Yan, have you seen that senior? Luo Jin seemed to have thought of something as he asked Xiao Yan with a smile. Senior. What senior? Xiao Yan's expression was startled when he heard this. He asked doubtfully without knowing anything. Luo Jin and Zhang Yi by the side looked at each other in response. Then, they laughed involuntarily. Looks like you are completely unaware of the result of the big battle half a year ago. In that case, I'm afraid that we will not be able to find that mysterious senior. Luo Jin shook his head and sighed. He was also very curious about the senior that Zhang Yi had mentioned. Regardless of the other party's strength, at the very least, he had saved the three of them. Just this location alone was sufficient for Luo Jin to treat him with respect. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. He thought for a moment in his heart before he recalled the big battle half a year ago. He remembered that he seemed to have lost consciousness at the end of the big battle. He only vaguely remembered that he had broken Jian Ming's sword seal. As for what happened after that, he was completely unaware. After Luo Jin's explanation, Xiao Yan suddenly had a little understanding of that mysterious senior. However, Xiao Yan did not explain it clearly. He. At this moment, a mocking laughter was emitted from deep within Xiao Yan's body. It was Guyu. Chapter 387. Xiao Yan's awakening made Luo Jin excited and happy. At the same time, his spirit also became lively. Xiao Yan's face was also filled with joy, as if he had survived a disaster. Being able to escape from such a dream made Xiao Yan feel as if he had escaped death. Under the influence of different emotions, the two of them were like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. They chatted for an entire day, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. When the sky turned dark, the two of them did not forget to drink to their heart's content. It was not until dawn the next day that they finished drinking. Although Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were both half-emperors, the two of them were close friends. They did not purposely dissolve the alcohol in the wine. Instead, they allowed the alcohol in the wine to wreak havoc in their bodies. Therefore, after drinking for an entire night, the two of them were already red all over. Their bodies were lying on the ground haphazardly. As they breathed, the entire pavilion was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. The smell of alcohol was so strong that it even turned into a faint green fog, which was unbearable. However, the two of them were completely unaware of this. As their breathing gradually became steady and orderly, the two half-emperors, who were famous in the outside world, fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Yi was also helpless about this. He could only shake his head and leave the 6th floor, which was filled with a foul atmosphere. A few days later, in Lingsui City, an old man with an ordinary aura and an aged face stood in front of the Union Pavilion. When the pedestrians on the streets saw this old man, they could not help but frown slightly. The Union Pavilion had been closed for half a year, and the words, "temporarily closed," were clearly written on the door. Why was this strange old man standing here? However, when the pedestrians saw Zhang Yi come out of the Union Pavilion and respectfully welcome this old man into the Union Pavilion, the expressions of the pedestrians on the street instantly froze. Their mouths were wide open, and they stood there like statues, not saying a word for a long time. At the same time, in the Union Pavilion, Luo Ao finally saw Xiao Yan again. That's right, this seemingly powerless old man was Luo Ao. When Luo Ao saw Xiao Yan for the first time, the worry he had for Xiao Yan finally dissipated. Before this, even he did not dare to guarantee that Xiao Yan would wake up. After all, Xiao Yan's injuries this time were too serious. Fortunately, the heavens favored Xiao Yan. Even though Xiao Yan was seriously injured, he was still able to avoid a calamity and successfully awaken. While Luo Ao and Xiao Yan met, the latter's heart was similarly filled with excitement. Xiao Yan respected Luo Ao from the bottom of his heart. This was not only because Luo Ao was his elder but also because of the care and concern Luo Ao had shown him over the past 2 years. Kid, this old man believed that you wouldn't die so easily. It seems that my premonition was not wrong. Luo Ao immediately laughed out loud and spoke when he saw Xiao Yan bowing and cupping his hands to him. This junior has learned from brother Luo Jin about some of the things that have happened in the past 6 months. This junior would like to thank senior for his concern over the past 6 months. Xiao Yan cupped his hands at Luo Ao and said respectfully with a smile. That's enough. We are not outsiders, so there's no need to be so polite. Let's sit down first. Whatever you have to say can wait until we're seated. Seeing Luo Ao and Xiao Yan being so polite to each other, Luo Jin was not used to it. He could only smile helplessly and say to the two of them in unison. When they heard this, they looked at each other and smiled. They did not stand on ceremony and each found a seat to sit down. Although the attic on the 6th floor was relatively smaller than the other floors, it was much more spacious for the 4 of them. Therefore, the atmosphere in the room did not become oppressive because of the short silence. After everyone took their seats, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the others with a smile. Ha, kid, you've worried us a lot during the past 6 months that you've been asleep. As soon as they sat down, Luo immediately laughed and said in a joking tone. Xiao Yan nodded when he heard this. He was naturally very clear about this. He immediately stood up again and cupped his hands at the people in front of him. Xiao Yan is here. Thank you very much. All right. Why are you so polite? Do you think that we treat you as an outsider? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the most important thing right now. When he saw Xiao Yan stand up, Luo immediately frowned and said in a somewhat unhappy tone. Then, he changed the topic and once again focused on Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan saw this, he nodded awkwardly and smiled embarrassedly. Then, he sat down again. When Xiao Yan sat down, Luo's gaze swept across the few people present and finally landed on Xiao Yan. His expression gradually returned to normal and he said, Xiao Yan, what's your attitude towards the 4 great sects? If I can kill them, I will not show any mercy. When he heard this, Xiao Yan was startled at first. Then, his eyes gradually became fierce. The heavenly fire in the depths of his pupils surged as he said in a low voice. Seeing this, Elder Luo could not help but frown slightly. Too much resentment was not a good thing. If one day Xiao Yan lost his rationality, he would probably end up harming himself as a result. Frowning, Luo's mind spun rapidly. After a long time, he once again spoke in a serious tone. All right, since that's the case, please answer a few questions of this old man first. Senior, please speak. Xiao Yan slowly regained his calm and said respectfully. Seeing this, Luo was slightly shocked. He quickly calmed his mind and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiao Yan, what do you think about the big battle half a year ago with your current strength? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Then, he frowned and said in a serious tone, those 4 sect leaders were indeed very strong. The current me is still no match for them. Although these words were concise and had the intention of boosting others' morale, Luo nodded slightly after hearing them. The truth was as such. Xiao Yan was indeed no match for them. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was no match for them. After all, even in the great battle half a year ago, none of the 4 of them had used their true strength. That kind of method could be considered embarrassing for them, Di. However, the thing that caused Luo to nod his head was Xiao Yan's now. Xiao Yan was right. The current him was indeed no match for any of the 4 sect leaders. However, this did not include the future. With Xiao Yan's current training speed, as long as nothing unexpected happened, his future achievements would only be higher than the 4 of them. This was Luo's inference from the bottom of his heart. It was also the confidence he had in Xiao Yan. Not bad. Although it was a little short, it was concise and comprehensive. This is already sufficient. Luo nodded. His tone was calm as he spoke. Immediately, he changed the topic and continued to ask. Then how strong do you think the 4 of them are? Yes, this time around, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. It was a long while later before he once again opened his mouth and said, the 4 of them are all Di experts. They have advanced to the Di class for many years and rarely have any opponents within the Di class. However, it is precisely because they have been stuck at their current level for too long that it will be difficult for them to advance even an inch in the future. It is likely that they can only remain at this level for the rest of their lives. Therefore, although they are very strong, there are people who are even stronger than them. As long as one surpasses the Di class, anyone can easily kill them. Luo once again smiled and nodded. This was the result he wanted. He wanted Xiao Yan to tell himself that if he wanted to kill the sect leaders of the 4 large sects, he must first surpass the Di class as a warning. This was to prevent Xiao Yan from doing something crazy in a moment of impulse. Cuckoo, thank you Elder for your guidance. Elder, please rest assured that this junior will definitely not do anything crazy. At the very least, before I possess the strength to fight equally with them, I will not have a head-on conflict with them. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's respectful words once again sounded. Luo Ao immediately smiled. He stroked his beard with one hand and repeatedly nodded with a smile. Good. Little fellow, it seems that this old man has worried too much for you to have this little awareness. In comparison, this little ancestor of ours who always thinks of relying on our elders is really a little brat who will never grow up. At the end of his words, Luo Ao even parted his mouth and glanced at Luo Jin by the side. The words from his mouth caused the latter to continuously pout his mouth. He helplessly turned his head away. At the same time, he could not help but quietly mutter in his heart. This caused Luo Ao to laugh out loud. Chapter 388. The night sky was like a black curtain that silently enveloped the sky above Emerald Green City. The silvery fragmentary stars adorned the empty sky. A bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling a snowy glow that illuminated the entire Emerald Green City in the dark night. Xiao Yan and the others sat in the Yunin Pavilion, occasionally chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Suddenly, Luo Ao, who was chatting, seemed to have thought of something. His relaxed eyebrows suddenly wrinkled slightly, and he immediately looked up at Xiao Yan. Seeing Luo Ao's strange look, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly startled. Then, he smiled slightly and said to Luo Ao, Elder Luo, do you have something to say to me? If you do, don't be shy. Just say it. Hearing this, Elder Luo frowned slightly and nodded. He signaled Zhang Yi with his eyes. Zhang Yi immediately understood and nodded. His body wriggled for a while and disappeared from the pavilion. Seeing this, Luo Ao nodded with satisfaction. His eyes fell on Xiao Yan, and a solemn expression appeared on his old face. He said in a deep voice, Yes, I do have something to tell you. This matter is related to the Ginseng spiritual tribe. As soon as Luo Ao finished speaking, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly surprised. He was secretly in awe. Wasn't the matter of the Ginseng spiritual tribe solved? Why did something happen again? With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan's expression gradually became serious. Xiao Yan had always had a good impression of the Ginseng spiritual tribe. Now that Xiao Yan heard that something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe, he could not help but worry. On the other hand, Luo Jin, who heard that something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe, could not help but widen his eyes at this moment. At this moment, he recalled the worried expression on Luo Ao's face when he left in the past 6 months. Elder Luo, did something happen to the Ginseng spiritual tribe again? Xiao Yan frowned and asked in a deep voice. His tone was full of worry. Kid, do you still remember Heimu? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly focused. It was precisely because of that fellow that he had formed a subtle connection with Luo Ao and the Ginseng spirit race. Xiao Yan naturally wouldn't forget. Moreover, an extremely obscure dark glint instantly flashed deep within Xiao Yan's eyes when he thought of this. This short instant was something that even Luo Ao did not discover. Last time, he died at your hands. This was the result that we all wanted to see. His death could be considered as eliminating a huge hidden danger for the Ginseng spirit race. At the same time, it also ended an old matter of the Ginseng spirit race. Luo Ao spoke unhurriedly. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin listened listlessly. But, the sudden pause caused Xiao Yan and Luo Jin to instantly raise their eyes and look at Luo Ao. Only then did the latter open his mouth and say, Luo Ao then said, half a year ago, after Qing Mu entered the ginseng spirit space, he accidentally discovered something astonishing. Next, Luo Ao told Xiao Yan about Qing Mu's discovery without missing a single word. Xiao Yan frowned as he listened. His face revealed a surprised expression. A long while later, Xiao Yan appeared to have completely digested this sudden information. Only then did he frown and nod. His gaze focused on Luo Ao as he spoke in a deep voice. He looked at Luo Ao and said in a deep voice, that is to say, based on the weak aura in the ginseng spirit root, Heimu hasn't completely died? Luo Ao nodded. This was what he wanted to express to Xiao Yan. As long as Heimu still had a trace of aura, no matter how weak it was, they couldn't let their guard down. But since the ginseng spirit root is in Senior Qing Mu's hands, doesn't that mean that as long as we destroy the ginseng spirit root, Heimu will be finished? Why has it dragged on until now? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask again. The ginseng spirit root was the lifeline of the spiritual ginseng tribe. As long as the ginseng spirit root was destroyed, it would be equivalent to taking Heimu's life. Why should they be afraid of Heimu stirring up trouble? Luo Ao understood this point much better than Xiao Yan. It was impossible that he didn't know this. However, when Luo Ao heard this, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. At first, Qing Mu also planned to do this, but later on, he helplessly gave up. Xiao Yan frowned. Could there be another reason behind this? After Qing Mu and I investigated, that small piece of the ginseng spirit root has already lost its use. Apart from being able to detect life and death like a soul jade tablet, Heimu's soul has already been separated from it. Even if we destroy the ginseng spirit root, it will no longer cause any harm to Heimu. Xiao Yan immediately understood in his heart when he heard these words. In other words, it was likely that the current Heimu was merely relying on his remaining soul fragment to hide somewhere. He was still unwilling to give up on searching for a method to revive. When he thought of this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth could not help but curl up into a mocking sneer. This was really like the saying, the stronger one was, the more one would be afraid of death. Although it seemed that the brave were fearless and unrivaled, they were actually timid and unwilling to give up. However, when Xiao Yan returned to his senses, a strange expression involuntarily appeared on his face. He looked at Luo Ao and asked with a strange tone. Old Luo, you can't possibly be thinking that the remnant of that fellow's soul is in my body, right? Ha 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 ha. At first, this old man was indeed worried about this, so I went back and forth a few times in order to investigate whether the remnant of that fellow's soul was hidden in your body. Fortunately, this old man didn't discover anything. That fellow shouldn't be in your body, so this old man can be at ease. Hearing this, Luo Ao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Being exposed in a single sentence caused this cheerful old man to feel a little awkward. But, however, in the blink of an eye, old Luo once again raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan with a solemn expression. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily raise his eyebrows as he thought to himself, what is he playing at this time? Although this old man didn't discover any trace of Heimu's aura in your body, perhaps this isn't because he isn't in your body, but because of another reason. After the low shout, Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned sluggish. Beside him, Luo Jin also looked at the two people in front of him with a face full of doubt. His face was filled with helplessness. In the next moment, before Xiao Yan could speak, Luo Ao suddenly shouted in a serious tone. Unless you are Heimu. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were immediately stunned like wooden chickens when the cry sounded. Their hearts were so speechless that they were unable to speak. It was a long while later before Luo Ao laughed out loud, pulling the two of them back from their stagnant thoughts. Ha 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 ha, all right, I won't joke with you anymore. After this old man's investigation, it has already been proven that you aren't Heimu. So don't worry, this old man won't skin you and pull out your tendons. Ha 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 ha, Hearing this, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin looked at each other expressionlessly. Both of them curled their lips continuously in their hearts. This bastard actually really investigated Xiao Yan. Hee, alright. Don't worry about it. It was just a joke just now. Look at how nervous you are. Elder Luo chuckled. His smile revealed a hint of naughtiness. This was simply an old urchin. After hearing old Luo's words, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin glanced at the old man in front of them. Nervous? Where was there any nervousness? That was basically looking down on his words. Then, this old man has already said what should be said. This old man has also warned you about what should be warned. Remember, your life is the most important thing. Otherwise, any rare treasure will be empty. This junior understands. Xiao Yan nodded. He was naturally extremely clear about this. He had seen quite a number of people die because of greed. For his own sake, he would not make the same mistake again. Yes, since you understand, this old man will not say anything else. Finally, I will remind you that the western region cannot be compared to the southern region. The people here are truly like wolves and tigers. If you want to survive, you cannot just rely on Do techniques. Strength is the most important. Chapter 389. Senior Baihua, what's wrong? Did something happen? The Lu family's clan master, Lu Huabai, and the grand elder, Lu Xinqing, looked at each other in dismay. Both of them were confused. Baihua was the pill beast that Xiao Yan had left behind in the Lu family. Currently, in the Lu family, she would usually take on a human form. Other than the clan master, Lu Huabai, and the grand elder, Lu Xinqing, she was the person with the highest status in the Lu family. Of course, that was only during normal times. If there was no one around, even the two of them would treat Baihua with respect. Someone's coming. Baihua's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon outside of the Azure Sun City. Her expression was extremely serious. She had already quietly raised the Do Qi in her body in preparation for all sorts of sudden changes. Hearing this, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing, who was at the side, were first stunned. Then, they saw the deep and serious expression on Baihua's face and immediately became nervous. Lu Huabai hurriedly looked in the direction that Baihua was looking at and asked in a deep voice, could it be someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion again? Ever since Xiao Yan had left the Lu family, the Azure Cloud Mansion had sent people to the Lu family a total of 5 times. Among them, the person who had come on the last trip was the strongest. The person leading the group was a 1-star half-martial emperor. However, in the end, he still returned helplessly. As for this time, Lu Huabai did not dare to imagine. If that was truly the case, then the person who had come would most likely not only be a 1-star half-martial emperor. It's hard to say. There's only one person who has come. Furthermore, he seems to be investigating something. If he's someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he should have come directly to the Lu family instead of doing something so senseless. Baihua's brows were tightly knitted together as she slowly shook her head. However, her serious gaze did not leave the horizon in the slightest. If he's not someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come here? There's nothing worthy of a half-martial emperor's attention in a small city like ours. The Grand Elder, Lu Xinqing, also frowned as he gently stroked his white beard and spoke in a deep voice. I still don't know. I only hope that he's only a passerby. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I will not be able to stop him this time. Baihua said with a solemn expression. The 2 people from the Lu clan nodded when they heard this. They also had the same hope in their hearts. Unfortunately, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Right after Baihua said those words, the 4-star half-martial Emperor Qin Zhong, who was outside the Azure Sun City, took a step forward and soared into the sky. He was rapidly flying toward the Azure Sun City. He's here. In the Lu clan residence, Bai Hua spoke with a grave tone to Lu Huabai and Lu Yu. Then, she quickly flew into the sky with a grave heart and stood in the sky above Qingyang City. Behind him, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing also quickly followed. Right now, Bai Hua was representing the Lu family. They couldn't possibly let Bai Hua go out alone to face the enemy while they hid in their homes and didn't dare to show their faces. At the same time that Bai Hua soared into the sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. The aura that was faintly emitted caused Bai Hua's heart to become incomparably solemn. When that figure entered the range of the Azure Sun City, Bai Hua involuntarily took a deep breath. She extended a pair of white palms from under her sleeves and cupped her hands towards the figure in the distance. "May I know who you are? What business do you have in my Azure Sun City?" A clear voice resonated between heaven and earth like thunder. In the Azure Sun City below, everyone raised their eyes to the sky at this moment. In their line of sight, Bai Hua and the other two were shockingly above them. At the same time, in their line of sight, there was a blurry figure that was rapidly flying toward Bai Hua and the other two at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this scene, the Azure Sun City below immediately became lively. After the previous few incidents that had happened to the Lu family, the people in the city could roughly guess that this person was most likely sent by the Azure Cloud Mansion again. However, compared to the previous time, the people in the Azure Sun City felt pity in their hearts. They still remembered the previous battle between Lu Huabai and the leader of the Azure Cloud Mansion. That battle was simply the most terrifying battle they had ever seen in their lives. Although Bai Hua lost in the end, it was fortunate that the Lu family was unscathed. However, this time around, they might not be so lucky. According to the guesses in the hearts of the people in the Azure Sun City, the Lu family might really be in big trouble this time around. Ha 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 ha. Are you Bai Hua? Before the person arrived, a loud laughter suddenly sounded like a thunderclap. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person who came did not have any ill intentions. In the sky, the expression on Bai Hua's face turned slightly solemn. Behind her, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing could not help but reveal a strange expression on their faces. Why did this person seem to be coming for Bai Hua? After being stunned for a moment, Bai Hua quickly regained her senses. She cupped her hands together at the unfamiliar old man who had already arrived within 1,000 feet radius. "I am indeed Bai Hua. May I know who you are?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. However, he did not answer Bai Hua's question first. Instead, his gaze landed on Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing who were behind Bai Hua. In that case, these two must be the Lu family's clan leader, Lu Huabai, and the great elder, Lu Xinqing. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's hearts immediately froze. They did not dare to be negligent as they hurriedly leaped forward and stood side by side with Bai Hua. At the same time, they cupped their hands together and greeted Qin Zhong respectfully. "The two of us greet Senior." In the face of a half-martial emperor who even Bai Hua did not dare to be careless, the two of them were naturally extremely nervous. As they spoke, their bodies that were wrapped in brocade robes could not help but tremble slightly. Traces of cold sweat slowly trickled down from their temples. "Ha! Good. Since that's the case, that's right. Ha!" Qin Zhong laughed loudly. He finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had arrived half a year late, he was naturally relieved as long as he saw that the people from the Lu family were safe. However, although Qin Zhong had such thoughts in his heart, his words carried a different meaning when they were heard by Bai Hua and the other two. When Bai Hua and the other two heard this, their expressions turned grave immediately. Based on these words, it seemed like the other party was really from the Azure Cloud Mansion. "Senior, what should we do now?" Lu Huabai asked Bai Hua through voice transmission with a nervous expression on his face. Lu Huabai took a deep breath. After a long time, she said to Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing through voice transmission, "When I start fighting with him later, the two of you must quickly evacuate some of the people from the Lu family. I'll hold him back first. Remember, you must be quick. This guy's strength is at the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. With my current strength, I won't be able to hold him back for long." Senior. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's expressions changed immediately when they heard this. They could not help but exclaim in shock. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing looked at Bai Hua with a grave expression. From her words, the two of them were able to tell that she had made up her mind. Once they started fighting, Bai Hua would definitely use her last breath to evacuate the Lu family from the Azure Sun City. "Don't say any more, go." Bai Hua sternly cried out to Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong behind her. Immediately, she turned around and the dou qi in her body surged out. With a wave of her sleeve, a gentle force pushed Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong toward Qingyang City below. Bai Hua, on the other hand, moved her body and charged explosively toward Qin Zhong, who was looking at her with a stunned face. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really unwilling to give up. Since you have come to look for trouble, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Let's fight. Bai Hua shouted. She waved her hand and a sword landed in her hand. With a shake of the sword, dou qi overflowed. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hua had already arrived in front of Qin Zhong. She waved the sword in her hand and pierced it toward Qin Zhong's neck. Qin Zhong was suddenly shocked. He was even more confused in his heart. Why did this fellow want to fight him to the death when he had just arrived? They had never met before and there was no need to mention any grievances between them. This caused him to feel somewhat sullen in his heart. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Bai Hua's sword had already arrived in front of him, not allowing him to relax in the slightest. Due to the fact that Qin Zhong was a 4-star half-martial emperor, Bai Hua did not dare to show any mercy when she made her move. As a result, her attack was even more swift and fierce. In addition to Bai Hua's sudden attack, Qin Zhong was caught off guard. In an instant, Qin Zhong felt as though he was being attacked from both front and back. At the same time, he was unable to explain his real intention. In addition to that, Qin Zhong was afraid that he would hurt Bai Hua if he attacked. This made it even more difficult for him to explain himself. When Bai Hua saw that the 4-star half-martial emperor in front of her was actually unable to withstand her attacks, a trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in her heart. Under such an endless battle, Qin Zhong was finally unable to endure it any longer. He could not possibly continue fighting with Bai Hua here. He had to forcefully stop this misunderstanding. This fellow is just a 1-star half-martial emperor. Why is there no end to his attacks? There's no other way. In order to stop this misunderstanding, I can only wrong you a little. Qin Zhong sighed helplessly in his heart. He did not want Bai Hua to misunderstand him as someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason. Ha! With a loud cry, Qin Zhong's retreating figure suddenly stood in the air. His body shook violently and an overbearing pressure that belonged to a 4-star half-martial emperor quickly spread out from his body. Qin Zhong clenched his fists tightly and a thick yellow dou qi quickly condensed on his fists. His body moved and he once again began to fight with Bai Hua who was charging toward him. Bang! 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 After dozens of exchanges, Qin Zhong finally shattered the long sword in Bai Hua's hand with a punch. At the same time, a huge force shook his hand and sent Bai Hua flying 1,000 feet away. This temporarily gave both of them a chance to catch their breaths. Bai Hua strenuously stopped her body. She did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in her heart. She was afraid that Qin Zhong would charge forward again. However, just as Bai Hua raised her head, Qin Zhong on the opposite side withdrew his dou qi. His face was helpless as he looked at Bai Hua. His mouth was similarly panting slightly. It was a long while later before he slowly opened his mouth and said in front of Bai Hua's stunned eyes. It was Xiao Yan who asked me to come to the Lu clan of the Green Sun City. Book Friend Group, 4766686761 begging for some monthly votes. Chapter 390. Senior Bai Hua, what's wrong? Did something happen? The Lu family's family head, Lu Huabai, and the grand elder, Lu Xinqing, looked at each other in dismay. Both of them had a puzzled expression on their faces. Bai Hua was the pill beast that Xiao Yan had left behind in the Lu family. Currently, in the Lu family, she would usually take on a human form. Other than the Lu family's family head, Lu Huabai, and the grand elder, Lu Xinqing, she was the person with the highest status in the Lu family. Of course, that was only during normal times. If there was no one around, even the two of them would treat Bai Hua with respect. Someone's coming. Bai Hua's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon outside of the Azure Sun City. Her expression was grave. She had already quietly raised the dou qi in her body in preparation for all sorts of sudden changes. Hearing this, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing, who was at the side, were first stunned. Then, they saw the deep and serious expression on Bai Hua's face and immediately became nervous. Lu Huabai hurriedly looked in the direction that Bai Hua was looking at and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, could it be someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion again?" Ever since Xiao Yan had left the Lu family, the Azure Cloud Mansion had sent people to the Lu family a total of 5 times. Among them, the person who had come on the last trip was the strongest. The person leading the group was a 1-star half-martial emperor. However, in the end, he still returned helplessly. As for this time, Lu Huabai did not dare to imagine. If that was truly the case, then the person who had come would most likely not only be a 1-star half-martial emperor. It's hard to say. There's only one person who came. Furthermore, he seemed to be investigating something. If he's someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he should have come directly to the Lu family instead of doing something so senseless. Bai Hua's brows were tightly knitted together as she slowly shook her head. However, her serious gaze did not leave the horizon in the slightest. If he's not someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come here? In a small city like ours, there's nothing worthy of the attention of a half-martial emperor. The grand elder, Lu Xinqing, also frowned as he gently stroked his white beard and spoke in a deep voice. I still don't know. I only hope that he's only passing by. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I will not be able to stop him this time. Bai Hua said with a solemn expression. The 2 people from the Lu clan nodded when they heard this. They also had the same hope in their hearts. Unfortunately, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Right after Bai Hua said those words, the 4-star half-martial Emperor Qin Zhong, who was outside the Azure Sun City, took a step forward and soared into the sky. He was rapidly flying toward the Azure Sun City. He's here. In the Lu clan residence, Bai Hua spoke with a grave tone to Lu Huabai and Lu Yu. Then, she quickly flew into the sky with a grave heart and stood in the sky above Qingyang City. Behind him, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing also quickly followed. Right now, Bai Hua was representing the Lu family. They couldn't possibly let Bai Hua go out alone to face the enemy while they hid in their homes and didn't dare to show their faces. At the same time that Bai Hua soared into the sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. The aura that was faintly emitted caused Bai Hua's heart to become incomparably solemn. When that figure entered the range of the Azure Sun City, Bai Hua involuntarily took a deep breath. She extended a pair of white palms from under her sleeves and cupped her hands towards the figure in the distance. May I know who you are? What business do you have in my Azure Sun City? A clear and bright voice resounded across the heavens and earth like clear thunder. Below, everyone in the Qingyang City raised their heads to look towards the sky. Within their line of sight, Bai Hua and the other 2 were impressively above them. At the same time, within their line of sight, there was a blurry figure that was rapidly flying towards Bai Hua and the other two at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this scene, the Azure Sun city below immediately became lively. After the previous few incidents that had happened to the Lu family, the people in the city could roughly guess that this person was most likely sent by the Azure Cloud Mansion again. However, compared to the previous time, the people in the Azure Sun city felt pity in their hearts. They still remembered the previous battle between Lu Huabai and the leader of the Azure Cloud Mansion. That battle was simply the most terrifying battle they had ever seen in their lives. Although Bai Hua lost in the end, it was fortunate that the Lu family was unscathed. However, this time around, they might not be so lucky. According to the guesses in the hearts of the people in the Azure Sun City, the Lu family might really be in big trouble this time around. Ha ha ha, are you Bai Hua? Before the person arrived, a loud laughter suddenly sounded like a thunderclap. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person who had come did not have any ill intentions. In the sky, the expression on Bai Hua's face turned slightly solemn. Behind her, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing could not help but reveal a strange expression on their faces. Why did this person seem to be here for Bai Hua? After being stunned for a moment, Bai Hua quickly regained her senses. She cupped her hands together at the unfamiliar old man who had already arrived within 1,000 feet radius and said, "I'm Bai Hua. I am indeed Bai Hua. May I know who you are?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. However, he did not answer Bai Hua's question first. Instead, his gaze landed on Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing who were behind Bai Hua before he opened his mouth again with a smile. In that case, these two must be the Lu family's clan leader, Lu Huabai, and the great elder, Lu Xinqing. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's hearts instantly froze. They did not dare to be negligent as they hurriedly leaped forward and stood side by side with Bai Hua. At the same time, they cupped their hands together and greeted Qin Zhong respectfully. "The two of us greet Senior." In the face of a half-martial emperor who even Bai Hua did not dare to be careless, the two of them were naturally extremely nervous. As they spoke, their bodies that were wrapped in embroidered robes could not help but tremble slightly. Traces of cold sweat slowly trickled down from their temples. "Ha! Good. Since that's the case, then that's right. Ha!" Qin Zhong laughed loudly. He finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had arrived half a year late, he was naturally relieved as long as he saw that the people from the Lu family were safe. However, although Qin Zhong had such thoughts in his heart, his words had a different meaning in the ears of Bai Hua and the other two. When Bai Hua and the other two heard these words, their expressions turned grave immediately. Based on these words, it seemed like the other party was really from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Senior, what should we do now?" Lu Huabai asked Bai Hua through voice transmission with a nervous expression on his face. Lu Huabai took a deep breath. After a long time, she said to Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing through voice transmission, "When I start fighting with him later, the two of you must quickly evacuate some of the people from the Lu family. I'll hold him back first. Remember, you must be quick. This guy's strength is at the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. With my current strength, I won't be able to hold him back for long. Senior." Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's expressions changed immediately when they heard this. They could not help but exclaim in shock. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing looked at Bai Hua with a grave expression. From her words, the two of them were able to tell that she had made up her mind. Once they started fighting, Bai Hua would definitely use her last breath to evacuate the Lu family from the Azure Sun City. "Don't say any more, go." Bai Hua sternly cried out to Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong behind her. Immediately, she turned around and the dou qi in her body surged out. She waved her sleeves and a gentle force pushed Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong toward Qingyang City below. She, on the other hand, moved her body and charged explosively toward Qin Zhong, who was looking at her with a stunned face. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really unwilling to give up. Since you have come to look for trouble, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Let's fight. Bai Hua shouted. She waved her hand and a sword landed in her hand. With a shake of the sword, Do Qi overflowed. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hua had already arrived in front of Qin Zhong. She waved the sword in her hand and pierced it toward Qin Zhong's neck. Qin Zhong was suddenly shocked. He was even more confused in his heart. Why did this fellow want to fight him to the death when he had just arrived? They had never met before and there was no need to mention any grievances between them. This caused him to feel somewhat sullen in his heart. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Bai Hua's sword had already arrived in front of him, not allowing him to relax in the slightest. Due to the fact that Qin Zhong was a 4-star half-martial emperor, Bai Hua did not dare to hold back in the slightest when she attacked him. As a result, her attacks were even more ferocious and swift. Adding on the fact that Bai Hua had suddenly attacked him, Qin Zhong was caught off guard. In an instant, Qin Zhong felt as if he was being attacked from both sides. At the same time, it also caused him to be unable to explain his true intention. In addition to that, Qin Zhong was afraid that he would hurt Bai Hua if he attacked. This made it even more difficult for him to explain. When Bai Hua saw that the 4-star half-martial emperor in front of her was actually unable to withstand her attacks, a trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in her heart. Under such an endless battle, Qin Zhong was finally unable to endure it any longer. He could not possibly continue fighting with Bai Hua here. He had to forcefully stop this misunderstanding. This fellow is just a 1-star half-martial emperor. Why is there no end to his attacks? There's no other way. In order to stop this misunderstanding, I can only wrong you a little. Qin Zhong sighed helplessly in his heart. He did not want Bai Hua to misunderstand him as someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason. Ha! With a loud cry, Qin Zhong's retreating figure suddenly stood in the air. His body shook violently and an overbearing pressure that belonged to a 4-star half-martial emperor quickly spread out from his body. Qin Zhong clenched both his fists tightly and a thick yellow do qi quickly condensed on his fists. His body moved and he once again began to fight with Bai Hua who was charging toward him. Bang! 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 After dozens of exchanges, Qin Zhong finally shattered the long sword in Bai Hua's hand with a punch. At the same time, the huge force in his hand shook and sent Bai Hua flying 1,000 feet away. This temporarily gave both of them a chance to catch their breaths. Bai Hua strenuously stopped her body. She did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in her heart. She was afraid that Qin Zhong would attack again. However, when Bai Hua raised her head, Qin Zhong on the opposite side withdrew his do qi. His face was helpless as he looked at Bai Hua. His mouth was similarly panting softly. It was a long while later before he slowly opened his mouth to speak in front of Bai Hua's stunned eyes. It was Xiao Yan who asked me to come to the Lu clan of the Green Sun City. Book Friends Group, 4766687761 begging for some monthly votes.